Good morning and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we continue our coverage of California versus Monica Sementilli. I've got my trusty little sidekick here, cruising by.
And welcome to Trial TV Live.
As she's stepping on things. Okay. Had too many things on here. How was everybody's weekend? Here we are picking up on California versus Monica Sementilli, day 26. Now, if you remember, they had to cut Friday's day short because a juror got sick or something happened, medical emergency, something like that. So, who is with us in the chat? Shirley Roth, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Drunky the Bear, the weekend was so long without Monica. Nice. Me, Cazador. It's early, guys. I had a long weekend. Not my favorite beaker. Green-eyed cat. Happy Monday to you, JM. Brett. Good morning to you, therapist Baka. Good to see you. Fala, good morning to you. Sharon Pierce, thank you for joining us. Jags Girl 95, good morning to you. Pammy, hello. Thank you for joining us. Leslie, good morning everyone from rainy Florida. Yep, weekend was a washout. There were actually tornadoes, I think, going through Orlando area this morning. We woke up to. Britt, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Hola. Brenda Meyer, happy Monday, such as it is. Julie, good morning to you. Butterfly Dana, yes, we had a great weekend. I need a break from the weekend now. Hey, Eric, how are you? Stop, drop, and roll. Nice. Thank you for joining us. How was everybody's weekend? We had company in town, so I am still recovering from that excursion, as you can imagine. Oh, let's see. Let's see. I uploaded. I'm sorry. I'm just having a conversation to myself right here. Oh my goodness, I am so tired, you guys. I had a blast. My brother and his wife came into town. We had fun. But I am tired. What did you guys do this weekend? Anything fun? Hey, Krista Limited Edition, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Poor Super Bowl, she was hiding in our bed the whole time. When company comes over, she doesn't do well. Poor little kid. Oh, yes, please. Please and thank you. Water would be appreciated. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Cheers. Cheers. Therapist, cleaning and a whole lot of not much. You caught up on movies. Oh, what movies did you see, Butterfly? Sharon, just relaxed, watch the snow fall. Does anyone want? Yeah. A new guitar on view. Pammy, yep. So glad you enjoyed. Well, we had a blast, but so he changed our RO system, and then we had these windows upstairs, and there's 3 bedrooms upstairs, and they have air conditioning units in them, but we also have central air. So he's like, do you use those? We're like, no, they're just taking up space, if you will. So we removed those, but the big deal was like we had to take out these windows, which are probably 50 pounds each, and then put in 2 windows in their place. And those are probably 30 pounds each. So I was up in our little attic area and pulling these down, moving boxes around, putting up on a ladder, and then it was ultimately it was worth it, because now we've cleaned that area up. Not that it needed cleaning, but it's just we got rid of air conditioning units, which are functioning, but they would let in some air, and you could hear some of the noise outside. So it's a lot quieter, and but I'm sore. I am sore. Butterfly Dana, lots of Westerns. Oh, that's cool. Your husband loved Westerns. Very cool. Eric, can't you just call the super? If that's referring to us, we are the super. No, we can't just call the super. We are the super. Missy Russell, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Gordon, good to see you. Maddie's mom, you relaxed? Oh, you've been sick with COVID. Yikes, that stinks. Sorry to hear that. Oh, Super Balls cruising by. Dale. Just Shamrock. Anyone have a getaway or vacation planned? Made plans this weekend for a road trip towards the end of the month. I love having a trip to look forward to. Oh, that's awesome. Fala, I want to say Aaron did call and Squeegee did it. I want to say Aaron did call. OnlyFan, your fever broke. Awesome. Good. That's good to hear. Irish Amy. Do we have any plans? Other than just a family reunion in September. My brother said that he and his wife, they're going to go to Australia and New Zealand this year. So I thought that's really cool. And then I think they were planning a trip to Africa as well. So they got serious plans in the works. But yeah, therapist, what's a vacation? Oh, Fala, as in calling the super. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, it just kind of came out of nowhere. He's like, do you guys use these ACs? And I'm like, no. He's like, you want to take them out? I'm like, yeah, we've got the windows. I said, I haven't done it yet because it's a 2-person job because these windows are really, really big and heavy. So we actually had all 4 of us working on it. Yeah, rough lives. Well, they're retired and they're doing it the right way. They're retired. They're still young enough that they can enjoy these trips, right? And, when you're in your 70s and 80s, you're not going to be wanting to travel all over the world. So they're doing it right. They got the funds. They got the means. They're retired. Irish Amy, has anyone seen Mandy Strong? Nope, she has left the chat. Mandy's been away from our chat for at least a month now. So she has left the chat. So there, if you remember, that trial was cut short on Friday because a juror got, I guess, a medical emergency or got sick or something. They were first supposed to take like a 15-minute break, and then it came back that they were taking a lunch, and then they just ended for the day, right? So weird. Hey, Justice Obsessed, how are you? Hellcat, good morning to you. Irish Amy, she brought me here. Oh, so grateful regardless. Cool. Yeah, she left a while ago, maybe a month or so ago. Not sure why, but She has moved on. Tammy and KS, good morning to you and happy Monday. All right, so what did happen while we did have trial on Friday? So it was Detective Corey Farrell. So, okay, so let's just kind of refresh our memories here. So he flew to Vancouver at the beginning of October to arrest Austin. Let's see. What's up, Super Bowl? So Austin was shown a picture when he was arrested. He was shown stills of him and Baker jogging, and then also the Porsche leaving. So, Austin was saying, well, once they showed me that, I knew I was arrested for something. And then when they showed me those pictures, he's like, I'm not going to play with you guys anymore. So then they talked about that Perkins agent. Super Bowl, you're just, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? No. Hi. Oh, meow. You want to come say hello? Hi. No, you can't have my water. I know you're probably thirsty. You can't have my water. Hi. Say hello. So Super Bowl does not eat when we have visitors. She hasn't eaten or have had any water. And she's just, all right. Stop. Okay, just stop. Yeah, I know. Hey, Sinbad33, how are you? Oh yeah, we moved our clocks forward too. So then there's that. Oh, that's a good girl. Yeah. She's got her house back. Yes, you do. You got your house back. All right, so continuing with Detective Corey Farrell. Let's see, Austin. So they got Austin, they arrested him, they put him with that Perkins agent, which is basically just an undercover agent, right? And they got Austin to talk about the night before. So they didn't have any of that information. I guess Baker didn't tell them that. So they talked about the night before, about the pho restaurant. They didn't know about the hit the night before until Austin's proffer. So Baker, for whatever reason, Baker did not tell them that, right? We're not sure why Baker didn't tell them about that. And then Monica texted Jessica at 5:41 asking if she wants fried rice. So, I mean, Monica is just all over this, right? And then she has Google searches about pho restaurants near her. Austin could not locate the knife because the area had changed drastically. All right, we get that. And then they showed the videos of her dancing. Well, they didn't show them, but they talked about the videos of her dancing and then the video with the hats. So whatever reason why they did that, I'm not sure. Hey, Queen Olive Ruth Ann, how are you? Good morning to you. Oh, Tammy and S, you have Tammy and KS. You have a 7-month polydactyl that is basically a furry crackhead that lives in my house. His name is Bogart. That's really funny. Oh, okay. Let's see. Irish Amy. You finished watching the Mullis trial, and thank you so much for uploading it. Yep, that closing by the defense should win the most ineffective counsel award. Shocking. All right. Did you hear then that 911 call, Irish Amy? Did you hear that? And do you really think that he said that? I don't know. I don't think he did. But Sinbad, is she considered Super Bowl considered a reverse tuxedo? I guess I'm not quite sure. I'll have to look that up. Aw, hey Cajun Bayou Queen. Good morning to you. To Shamrock, you wish you had a Super Bowl. She's sweet. You can have Super Bowl as much as you can through the screen. Hey, Sneaky Side, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Gordon, you don't reset your clocks until the 30th. All right. Sneaky, I love the beaker picture. That's Aaron. That's all Aaron. Hey, Widespread Panic, thank you for joining us. Bogart is a good name for a cat. Nice. Leslie, sorry to hear Super Bowl had a rough time with family. Sunday doesn't do well with company either. I have to actually medicate her. Oh, wow. That's a shame. Yeah, she just goes under the covers. She won't eat or drink. She basically just kind of shuts down, I guess, if you will. But hey, Sherry, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Irish Amy, I did hear it, and I did not hear what they claim he said. The most I heard was peeing at one point, but not cheating. Yeah, he said, like, come on, while he's doing the chest compressions. He's like, come on. You know, I hear that, but I do not hear, you know, the other thing that she said that he said. Highly prejudicial. I wish that they had countered that, and they didn't counter that, meaning the defense. Let the baby have your water then. Fala? Yeah. She's probably hungry. She hasn't eaten since Saturday afternoon. Almost 48 hours she has not eaten. Fala, there's water sources. We have right off camera, there's a bowl of water there, and then in the kitchen there's a bowl of water. So even if you close the door to a room, she won't come out. She actually came out yesterday because they had to go run an errand or something. So they left for about an hour and a half. She did come out then. She wouldn't eat. I gave her food, but she would not eat. She's gotten a little bit better. We've had now this is our third set of visitors. So the first time she didn't come out. Second time she did come out twice. Third time she came out a little bit, but yeah, no, she basically just goes under the covers. So Queen Olive Ruth Ann, your sister's cat does the same thing. If anyone comes over, he goes and hides. I know. Paw Patrol being called. You know what's really cool, though, is that Polly, who was the most scared cat at the beginning, she was hanging out with us. You know, she got petted. She was hanging out with us. And then Rafa, at first, he was like, yeah, I'm not quite sure. But ultimately, he hung out. And then I think actually my brother pet him this morning. So, so those two ferals are totally cool and fine. Super Bowl, not so much. Sinbad 33, I'm in trouble. Uh-oh, my Kiki is 3 years old and finally starting to grow into her breed. Oh, yep. I had to make her get off my chest last night. She's gaining size and weight. Aww. And Eric Lieber, a cat on your chest beats a monkey on your back. Well put. Fact. There's one in every family. Fact. Yeah, Super Bowl is a big cat. She's definitely bigger than the other two, but they're not quite a year yet either. Hey, kiddo. Meow, meow. Meow. You say hello. Say hello. All right. Let me try to feed her. I'm going to try to feed Super Bowl. I'll be back in a second. We still have about 25 minutes, so I'm going to try and feed Super Bowl. So I'll be back in a second. All right. Oh, is sneaky side Super Bowl lunchtime. Yeah, she hasn't eaten in 2 days, so. Beaker, well, if you see her, see Monica's mouth, and then look at Beaker. So that's that's what that's supposed to be. Hey, Mona, how are you? Good morning. Oh, wait a minute. Court TV said the prosecution will rest today. Maybe Baker will be called. Wow, straight out of the gates, they're going to call him, huh? Widespread panic. That Beaker picture next to harmonica to die is to die for. Demonica puppet. Eric, nice. Sneaky side, it doesn't matter who Beaker is supposed to be. Beaker is the best. Welcome anywhere. You think Beaker will be offended? Probably. Hola, maybe Super Bowl was actually missing us. She probably was. She probably was. You know, she missed her little routine here. She missed her little routine of sitting with me, getting fur all over my keyboard. She's a disaster. So Mona, if Baker does get called today, you know he's going to be on the stand for at least 2 days. So that would give you a chance to go to the court tomorrow. But that's a big if, right? I mean, we don't know that for sure. Yes, Sinbad, the Super Bowl cam. I know, I got to figure out how to set it up and just put it like right here. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. Fala, what's a good point? If Super Bowl knew, she would never go near him again. What's Super Bowl knowing? Sneaky side, a Super Bowl cam, just like Frankie cam. Yep. Irish Amy, 2 days is optimistic. You're thinking 2 weeks? Yeah, I think he's going to be on. Well, Austin was on for 3 days, not full days, but he was on for 3 days. So Baker, I would think, would be on at least 2 to 3 days for sure. Only fan, I wonder who else defense will call in their case in chief. Deborah Obad, right? She's kind of been all over this. I would think that we would hear from her. Pammy, has anyone checked the prison record to see if he's been transported? Paula, you're going to lunch. Wow, it's lunchtime already. Time is just an illusion here. Therapist, you know, if she knew how many people were watching her. Oh, okay. Yeah, Gordon, 13 days would be Baker's dozen. Did you eat? Yeah? Did you eat? How was your little meal? Did you eat? You ate? Okay, good girl. Was it good? Was it good? Meow. Yep. Was your meal good? Did you have a good little meal? Meow. If Super Bowl knew, not me. I'm so confused right now, you guys. I'm sorry. All right. Oh no, hey Mona, you caught the elevator sardine can virus? Oh no, I hope. Yeah, she is happy now. Widespread panic. I honestly wasn't expecting this trial to last so long. This is as long as a day bail trial. I agree. Karen Reed also, she was like 34 days. I totally agree. Oh, hola. You were thinking of us. You watched the conversation with Gene Hackman. Hackman was having to listen over and over to a surveillance type. Nice. Shirley Roth. Yes. Super Bowl is happy now. Oh, okay. All right. She'll get her groove back. That's a good girl. Meow, meow. What's up? So who else can the state call? Deborah Obad and Bella. Those would be the only two I could think of. We still have to go Mitzi Roberts. We still have to finish her. We still have to finish her testimony. And then the defense, who else could? Well, they could call Deborah Obad. They could call Bella. Yeah, I don't know who else. I honestly don't know who else is going. The state. I'm sorry. The defense would call. I would think we'll hear from Deborah Obad at some point because she is all over this trial. Somebody's got to call her, right? Somebody's got to call her. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, I think they could have shortened trial up a lot. I think a lot of the testimony is unnecessary. They proved she did it a long time ago. I agree. Yes, hey Mona, Mitzi will be back, and if Isabella is testifying for defense, the state should call her. Irish Amy, you watched the Banshees of, Inisherin, and my ribs are still feeling the workout I got from, wow. I don't think I ever saw that movie. I'll have to check it out. Yeah, Baca rebuttal closing for the state will take a week. Pretty much. 5 hours. She, Miss Silverman talked for. 4 hours day one, and then 1 hour and 15 minutes for day two. So 5 hours. What's up, dude? You skirt on by. Hey, Mona, they usually have time limits and closing statements, so maybe not. Irish Amy, fantastic film with Colin Farrell. Okay. Mind you have a crush on Colin Farrell. Sneaky, yeah, I never heard of the film either. Hey, Deanna, how are you? Hope you had a good weekend. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, I hope the state's closing is shorter than the opening. I know, 5 hours. Well, again, there's a lot to cover. There's a lot of information. Therapist, hopefully the judge puts a time with her on closing after hearing openings and the rest of the trial. It's a lot of information. Hey, Gina, how are you? Morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Got about another 15 minutes. We know they're at a 30-minute delay. Oh, meow, meow, meow. I just heard Rafa. What's up, buddy? He's underneath the table now. His newest thing is to hang out underneath the table on a box. he's on a box. Does Shamrock, anyone like the movie Little Miss Sunshine? Yep, that's a good one. I love that one. You like the pattern on my shirt? Thank you, Sneaky. Yeah, it's a cool shirt. I like the shirt. Thank you for that, Sneaky Side. OnlyFan is expecting a 2-day closing. Probably. Capri Law, good morning to you. Happy Monday to you. Yes. Sneaky. Little Miss Sunshine was a good one. I like that one. Oh, Little Miss Sunshine is one of the best movies. Hey. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. What's up, kiddo? Cat butt and Mike. All right. Meow, meow. So what is Super Bowl considered? Is she a reverse tuxedo? I don't know. Let's see. All white cat with black head. Oh, come on. I can't even type today. With black head. What breed is a all-white cat with a black head? Turkish van. The van coat pattern, for example, is usually only seen in Turkish van cat breed or cats with a breed somewhere in their lineage. The cats are mostly white and have small streaks of patches of black fur on their head. Their tails are usually black, but everywhere else is white. So, Turkish van. The term tuxedo cat is typically used for black and white colored cats, but tuxedo pattern cats come in all cat colors. Piebald cat as well. Never heard of that. What's a piebald? All right, extremely common and very. Tuxedo cats, magpie cats. I don't know. Well, it seems like it's a Turkish van cat. You guys ever heard of that? Turkish van cat? Irish Amy Piebald is a cow kind of pattern. Yes, in bed. Let's see. Let's talk piebald cats, or what's your coat color, part 1. So here's a picture of a blog. Black tail, all white, little black cat, little white or black here. Josephine and her classic piebald coat pattern. Black cat, black cap, white body, black tail. So piebald. A bicolor cat, also known as a piebald, is a cat with a coat of one primary color combined with any amount of white. All right. Let's see, Shirley Roth. Tuxedo cats can also be in other colors like gray, but it's where the pattern is. All right. Hey, green-eyed cat. Good morning to you. Leslie, just read the new names of hurricanes this morning, and Erin's name is on it. She's had a couple. I've had a couple. I've taken, screenshots of Hurricane Chris's. Yeah, Erin's had Hurricane Erin. I think she had, yeah, she's had a couple. CJ Cozy, looking forward to court today. We are too. And thank you for watching. The feed is live. Okay. All right. Feed is live. So Erin's saying the feed is live. So let me. Okay. Got it. Let's head on over. There we go. Okay, I'm going to have to come over here. All right. Sinbad 33, my Kiki is solid black until she gets in the sun. Her fur turns rust color. Back to solid black out of the sun. Wild. Yeah, Super Ball, her tail would do that. She has stripes on her tail. She looks like it's a black tail, right? But when she would lay in the sun, you could see stripes on her little tail. And it was kind of like, this auburn rust. It was really, really cool. But only when she's like in direct sun. Hey Mona, I had tabby cats when I was growing up. Then my husband and kids were allergic. Oh, so I never got to have any more. I cat sit for friends to get my fix. Nice. Oh, Real Happy 33. There you are. Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Piebald ponies. Interesting. Sinbad 33 had piebald horses and ponies. Never really heard of that term before. Piebald. Interesting. Sinbad, I had a Hurricane Cindy, but someone passed away, so I think they retire. Yep. Yeah, when they're really bad, which usually means somebody's passed away. Yeah, that's when like Katrina, they retired. Andrew, they retired. When it's really bad, they retire them. Yes, Baca, we still need to hear the remainder of Mitzi Roberts' testimony. That is true. Oh, Leslie, both your names were on the list last year? Wow, that's pretty rare. All right, Deanna, enjoy your shower. Yeah, you dog sit. I thought about that. Too. I mean, we want to get another dog, but we have the 3 cats now. But I do miss dogs. We both miss dogs. We have a great space for dogs. Lots of open area for dogs to run. And it's fenced in too, so that's nice. Therapist, didn't know they retired hurricane names. That's a lovely sentiment. Yeah, when they're really, really nasty, do a lot of damage, which generally means some people pass away, they'll retire them. Sneaky side, no Hurricane Sneaky, or my other given name as far as I'm aware. No Hurricane Sneaky. That's funny. I think if I saw a Hurricane Sneaky, I would be like... Pammy, they'll get used to each other, the dog and the cats. Yeah, especially if you bring a puppy in and there's already 3 cats here established, they'll beat the crap out of the dog if the dog gets out of line. But yeah. Drunky the Bear, I want a dog desperately, but I have a free roam bunny. Oh, I don't think he would enjoy the daily chase. That's pretty cool. You got a free roam bunny? I like that. Yeah. Drunky the Bear, Hurricane Sneaky, good baby. and the hurricanes, sneaky hurricanes. Hi, Hurricane Sneaky. Yep. Was I muted? Well, Super Bowl hit the mic. Super Bowl hit the mic. She's still a little unsettled. Yeah. Another Camille, Katrina, Hugo, or Francis. Yep. Francis was a bad one. Jean, right? Jean and Francis, those were the same years for us. When I was in Fort Lauderdale, they were like within 2 weeks of each other. 2 or 3 weeks? Yeah. You guys were in Fort Lauderdale area in 2004. That was, let's see, Francis first and then Jean. Well, let's hope that the juror from Friday is okay. Let's hope that person was okay. Please make sure you hit the like button. I will do the same. Yep, I have liked the button as well. If you haven't already, please hit the like button for those listening. Super Bowl would be a terrifying name for a hurricane, yeah. Wasn't Australia, didn't they get hit by a cyclone, or they were about to be hit by a cyclone? Last week I kind of remember something along those lines. Super Bowl and the hard-hitting ferals. Hurricane Super Bowl, right? Hurricane Sneaky Super Bowl. Super Bowl and the hard-hitting ferals. The sun is out where you are, Leslie? Cool. Pretty gloomy here. Oh. Meow. Meow. What's up, kiddo? Meow. Hello. Is all right in your world now? Go investigate. Off she goes. Yeah, Australia has had one, yeah. CJ Cozy, I am Camille. My mom used to tease me that the hurricane was named after me. I was a bull pup as a kid, stubborn. Therapist, has anyone seen that little white dot or dash that runs underneath the love affair murder trial banner? I feel like a cat when it comes on. Can't stop watching it. That little white dot. There's a little white dot. I'll have to look for it. Is it like a laser pointer? Sinbad's dying to know the band name at the waterfall. Who cares if it was snowing? They haven't released a playlist either. Sneaky, I don't know much about cyclones, but that sounds terrifying. It's basically just a hurricane in the southern hemisphere. There. Yes, Caprila, we did watch it. Not the whole thing, because it was like 2 hours, I think. We watched about an hour or half hour. We watched a little bit of it, yep. We will cover Lori Vallow. We are definitely going to cover that. That is going to be one trial we are going to watch. That starts at the end of the month, 31st. So we will be watching that. Get your popcorn ready. That is going to be off the rails. So you guys are seeing a little, oh, there it is. I see. Oh, it's going across right now. I can help you out with that, therapist. I'll just do this. There. Now you shouldn't be able to see it. Yes, sneaky side. You didn't know that distinction. Hurricane is the southern hemi of a cyclone. Learn more than one new thing a day. Fun. Yeah, typhoons, cyclones, like they usually, like when Asia will get hit, Japan or China or Philippines, they usually are called typhoons. Yes, Irish Amy. Oh, good. I will be here for Lori Vallow. We are absolutely going to cover that. Sinbad, a tornado from Camille destroyed both houses on both sides. Wow, but missed us completely. Yeah, that is crazy. Oh, is Gillypud? Did Gillypud join us? Thanks for joining us, Gilly. Gillypud, appreciate it. Hey, Mona, so is Piebald another band name? Yeah, Queen Olive Ruth Ann Lori Val is going to be a show. There's no way I'm going to miss that trial. No way. Non-traveling Canadian. Come on, Judge. Yeah, if they're a half hour delayed. And they just come slamming in too. Like there's no warning. They'll just be like, boom. So get ready. Fresh air. Fresh air for Super Bowl. Hey, Emmy. How are you? Good morning to you. See Super Bowls looking out the window. Corey Richens, yep. Hey, Mona, we'll cover that one too. That's in April. Corey is the end of April. So April 28th is when Corey starts. So we'll cover that one too. Hey, Mona. Super Bowl is making sure no one else is coming to visit. Yeah, check her out. She is making sure visitors have left. Yeah, Crystal Limited Edition. What about Karen Reed? Where's she pushed out? There's so much that has happened with the pre-trials we haven't covered. Maybe this weekend we'll catch up on them or something. I'm not sure when she starts. Is it May now? She's got kicked out too. Sneaky side guard Super Bowl. She is. She's standing guard. Getting some fresh air. She's been under the covers for 2 days. Drunky the Bear, I agree. Corey Richens is going to be so awesome. She's a mess. Yeah, that's going to be... I think Scott's going to that one, if I'm not mistaken. I think he said he was going to head out to that one. Queen Alv, Ruth Ann, Karen is still April 1st. Okay. Yeah, I've kind of dropped out of it. There's been a couple pre-trials that we haven't been able to watch because of Monica. OnlyFan jury selection starts April 4th. So another month. Therapist, you're legit worried about people after the Karen Reed trial. So many people have made it a part of their identity. Yeah. Hey, Mona, it's odd. I've had no interest in a few popular trials, Karen Reed included. Hey, Laura Wright. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, Drunky, gives you anxiety because people are really abrasive about it. Thank you, Justice. Karen Reed's supposed to start. Gotcha. Justice obsessed, very fitting. April Fool's Day, right? Shirley, all I know is surgeries this summer. You'll be watching Trial TV Live. Awesome. Thank you for that. I'm happy that we can... Oh, here we go. All right. I will see you guys on the other side of the break.
Also present, good morning. Let me again thank you for your patience. This was an untoward matter, and to make matters worse, it's daylight savings. I got up yesterday and was ready to go to bed. So hopefully we can all get through this thing. Detective Farrell, you're still under oath. You may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Farrell.
Good morning, ma'am.
Detective, we left off on Friday beginning to speak about the major operation you conducted up in Vancouver, Washington, with the arrest of Christopher Austin and the separate interrogation that you conducted with Detective Byers and then with Deputy District Attorney Stiegel, and during that process, the separate Perkins operation that you also undertook. In leaving off on Friday, I was asking you about specifically the Perkins operation you conducted in Vancouver.
Okay.
And again, just to reiterate, a Perkins operation is where, following an arrest, a suspect or arrestee is placed in a jail cell with an undercover police agent, correct?
Yes.
And that undercover police agent is posing as a cellmate, an in-custody cellmate.
Correct.
And that undercover agent is there to see if stimulation you undertake by going to the jail cell elicits a conversation or information between the undercover agent and the arrestee, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, that was Christopher Austin.
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned that in response to the prosecutor's questions about this undercover operation, that Perkins operations are restricted to homicide cases and serious violent felonies. What is the reason that Perkins operations are restricted?
It's just a department policy that we have. It is a tool that is utilized in the most serious of cases. And I don't know. I think that they just want to restrict it to the use in the most serious cases as opposed to a burglary from a vehicle or a theft or something not as serious where this is not necessary.
Are you saying there's no investigative reason why the Perkins operations are restricted to more serious cases, violent felonies, and homicides?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And are the undercover agents in Perkins operations told to give information to the arrestee that they're posing as the cellmate of while they are communicating with the arrestee about the case being investigated?
No, they're not told to give information. Their purpose is to listen and engage in conversation.
Are Perkins agents instructed to give advice to suspects about what they should say to the police or what they should, how they should respond when they are interviewed by the police?
Just in the relevant.
So rule.
No, they're never given that information.
The prosecutor last week asked you if there were an entire set of protocols that apply to Perkins operations. Do you recall that?
I don't remember in what context, ma'am. What do you mean by protocols?
That was the word the prosecutor used. She asked you if there were an entire set of protocols which apply to Perkins operations, and you answered correct.
There are protocols, yes. As I mentioned, there is a team assigned to Robbery Homicide Division which facilitates the Perkins operation. They maintain information and control over the Perkins agents, and they facilitate, they provide, especially like in this case where we're in a jail cell that's not near the city of Los Angeles, the listening devices, the installation of those devices and such. So I guess those would be the protocols that are followed. That's not something that's taken on by the investigating detectives.
So when you are describing protocols, you're describing the elements of the Perkins operation?
Yes.
As you understood them?
As I understand them, yes.
Were there any special protocols in this particular Perkins operation that you were aware of?
No.
And when you responded last week when Ms. Silverman asked you about a briefing of the Perkins agent and team that took place in Vancouver?
Yes.
Okay. And that briefing was separate and apart from the general briefing you had?
Yes.
Who conducted the specific briefing for the Perkins undercover agent and their Perkins team?
Detective Byers and myself.
Had you, before you got to Washington, had you communicated any case information or specific facts about the investigation to any members of the Perkins team?
Yes.
What had you communicated to the Perkins agent and the team prior to getting to Vancouver?
So when you say communicated with the Perkins team, we communicated with the detectives, not the agent themselves. The only briefing the agent participates is in the one you referred to in Vancouver. But prior to that, we discuss the viability of the use of a Perkins operation and the way to accomplish that with the Perkins detectives. But the agent themselves are not part of that initial briefing.
Okay. In that initial briefing with the Perkins detectives, How many detectives are we talking about?
2 detectives.
And who were those detectives?
Detective Frank Carrillo and Detective Victor Marin.
Marin?
Marin, M-A-R-I-N.
Thank you. And in that discussion prior to coming to Vancouver, what specifically did you relay about the investigation and anticipated arrest of Christopher Austin?
Well, we relayed the fact that we believe that we had gathered evidence to suggest that Christopher Austin was the other jogger seen in the video, and that we were attempting to determine his role in the murder and the conspiracy to kill Fabio Sementilli.
Did you relay to the detectives on the Perkins team prior to going to Vancouver anything about Monica Sementilli or Robert Baker?
Yes.
What did you relay to the detectives before you got to Washington?
Well, the fact that both of them had been arrested and that the investigation had uncovered a number of items of evidence that suggested their involvement in the murder, and that Robert Baker, at that point, when we initiated the Perkins, had pled guilty to the murder of Fabio Sementilli.
Was there anything related to the detectives before you got up to Vancouver and did the briefing about your theory about Monica Sementilli being somehow involved in the planning of the murder?
I don't know if it was so much a theory as that there was a lot of evidence that suggested she was involved in the planning of the murder.
When you testified last week, we talked about whether at the time you went up to arrest Chris Austin, you had any indicia, direct evidence that there was a nexus between Monica Sementilli and Christopher Austin. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
Was there any discussion with the detectives before you came up to Washington on the Perkins team about your interest, as you stated it in the affidavit in support of the Ramey warrant, to determine if there was any nexus between Monica Sementilli and Christopher Austin?
Yes, and you said direct evidence, but there was a plethora of circumstantial evidence that suggested her involvement in the conspiracy to kill Fabio Sementilli.
I think my question to you was, did you communicate to the Perkins detectives before you went to Washington anything about your interest in whether you could establish a nexus between Monica Sementilli and Christopher Austin?
Yes.
And then once you got to Washington, as you testified earlier, you conducted this briefing, correct?
Correct.
Who attended the briefing? Did the Perkins undercover agent, was he part of this briefing?
Yes.
And were all of the other detectives from the Perkins team there, the 2 other detectives?
Yes.
And who conducted that briefing?
As I said, Detective Byers and I conducted the briefing.
Okay. And what did you, the briefing wasn't recorded, correct?
Correct.
And you made no notes or report of what you told the Perkins agent at that time?
We did not.
Can you please tell us what information you communicated in your briefing to the Perkins agent and the 2 detectives once you were up in Washington?
Yes. So the best of my recollection, I recall talking about the fact that Fabio Sementilli was murdered inside of his residence. That video showed 2 suspects, one of which had been identified. The other was who we believed to be Christopher Austin, fully concealing themselves as they ran up to the house. That I told him that the suspects fled in the victim's vehicle from the location, and that was also captured on video. I believe I told him that the identified suspect the identified suspect in the case, based on DNA evidence, was Robert Baker, who was established to be, I don't think I used the name Robert Baker, I just said the suspect that was identified in the case through DNA. was established to be in a relationship with the victim's wife, and that we believed there to be a nexus between the three persons, or we were trying to establish whether there was a nexus between the three persons, that being the identified killer, Mr. Austin, and the wife of the victim.
Is it your testimony here today that during that briefing you at no time indicated that you were interested in seeing if there was any evidence from Christopher Austin that could suggest or establish that somehow Monica Sementilli was a planner or mastermind of this murder?
Well, our interest was, and our objective was to determine what his knowledge was about her role in the murder.
And you conveyed that to the Perkins agent?
Yes.
And this Perkins agent went by the alias Willie Boyd. That wasn't obviously his real name, correct?
Correct.
And you spoke about your role in the Perkins operation being the critical piece where there was what you described as stimulation throughout the day?
I don't think I said critical piece,
Okay.
but I was the person who did the stimulation, meaning I was the one who approached Christopher Austin and identified that my partner and I were from the Los Angeles Police Department and the purpose for our contact with him.
Okay. And in fact, throughout that day, before you and your partner, Detective Byers, ever took Christopher Austin into an interview room, there were multiple times where you went to the jail cell and conducted this so-called stimulation, correct?
I think there were 2 times.
Okay. And in addition to the 2 times you went to the cell, or at least you testified about going to the cell, you also had another detective or someone posing as a detective or officer go to the cell initially to inform Mr. Austin that there was a fugitive warrant for homicide for him?
I believe so.
You placed Mr. Austin in a jail cell after his arrest about on the 2nd of October, about 9:23, around 9:30 that morning, correct?
That sounds about right, ma'am.
And the detective or officer that you had go to the jail cell went to the jail cell about an hour later to talk about that there was a fugitive warrant?
Sounds correct, ma'am.
Okay. And all that he communicated to the undercover agent and Mr. Austin at the time was that there was a fugitive warrant out of state for homicide, correct?
I believe so.
You testified earlier on Friday, I think, that you had the capability of simultaneously overhearing what was going on in the jail cell, correct?
Yes.
And you were monitoring what the Perkins agent and Mr. Austin were talking about at various points during the day?
With the exception of when I walked to the cell, yes.
Now, you were aware that as soon as the officer, I think his name was Officer Martin, explained to Chris Austin in front of the undercover agent that there was this out-of-state fugitive warrant for murder, that the Perkins agent started talking quite a bit to Christopher Austin, correct?
Yes.
So I know before when you testified, Ms. Silverman asked you about were there multiple hours of silence, and you indicated that at first there was silence. Pretty much from about an hour in, when Officer Martin went to do the first stimulation, the undercover agent and Christopher Austin were engaged in a pretty consistent conversation, correct?
So after the Officer Martin went to the, is that what you're asking? After?
Yes.
It was sporadic, I would say.
Okay. The undercover agent, immediately after the officer left, said to Christopher Austin that you got to do what you got to do. The game is called Get Home. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And they talked quite a bit about Christopher Austin's background and his life and how important it was for him to get home, correct?
Sounds correct, yes.
And in fact, Christopher Austin almost immediately tells the Perkins agent that he's going to have to call his attorney. He's going to have to call his attorney. He said that, correct?
I do remember hearing that, yes.
Okay. And after he says that he wants to call his attorney, the Perkins agent tells him, well, you can spend 3 or 4 years fighting a case, or if you don't call an attorney, that'll be 3 or 4 years that you could be home. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that conversation. If you want to refresh my recollection,
Okay, showing you the transcript starting at page 31. Of the Perkins. If you could read to yourself, starting line 13 and then on down to the bottom.
okay, I've refreshed my recollection now.
Does that refresh?
Yes.
And the undercover agent told Christopher Austin, you can get an attorney, but guess what? You could be sitting in jail 3 to 4 years fighting a case to win that 3 or 4 years you can be at home not fighting shit.
That's what he said.
Okay. Now, you did your first stimulation by walking over to the jail cell and speaking to Austin and the undercover agent. And I think you testified on Friday that you introduced yourself as a detective from the Los Angeles Police Department. You made him aware that he was detained for a warrant from Los Angeles. You did that?
Yes.
You also testified that you explained that our goal was to speak with him so that we could obtain information as to everyone's role in the murder of Fabio Sementilli. You told him that?
Yes.
You also testified that you told him at that time that you wanted him to be honest. Is that what you told him?
Absolutely.
Okay. You were also asked if at any time during the stimulations, which you said were at least 2, correct?
Yes.
That did you ever use the name of Monica or Monica Sementilli?
Not during the stimulations. I said, I think I referred to her as lady.
Okay. In fact, you told in that initial stimulation, you told him right away more than just that. You said to him and described two people being involved in the case, correct?
Yes.
You actually told him that you're probably aware that there are two people in this case, your uncle who has already gone to prison, and that the other person, the lady, is just about to start trial. You told him that as stimulation.
Yes.
You also told him that you were going to give him an opportunity to give a clear and concise accounting of his role from his perspective, so that when you go back to the district attorney, you can let them know that you are an honest guy, that you changed your life, and that you're moving on. And we can see what happens. Did you tell him that?
Yes.
And then you went back, you left the cell, and you were continuing to monitor what was said in the cell, correct?
When I made it back to the monitoring area, yes.
And after you made it back, you heard the Perkins agent tell Christopher Austin that the bitch, that's why you're here, because the bitch is fixed to go up for trial and to try to make shit better for herself. You heard the Perkins agent tell him that, correct?
I don't know if I heard it live because I was making my way back, but I've subsequently heard that in the recording.
And Austin responded that the DA probably wants to, I think he used the word expedite, but the DA probably wants to expedite me back to California.
That sounds accurate.
Okay. And then the Perkins undercover agent tells Austin, but if this gets you to your family immediately, and he had previously just said, just because they talking to you don't mean you got to use this, but if this gets you to your family immediately, you got to do what the fuck you got to do. And they saying a bitch involved. To me,
what page and line are you reading from?
this is, I'm sorry, I skipped one sentence. Go to, he first says in response.
Yeah, counsel, what page and line are you reading from?
He first says,
Objection, Your Honor.
it first
Counsel
says,
is just reading from the transcript and there's no foundation.
Please identify the page and line.
we're starting now at 37 of the Perkins, line 15.
And I'm going to object to reading from the transcript.
That's what I was trying to avoid, Your Honor.
I understand that.
Okay.
Try again.
Detective, you were back monitoring the Perkins when the Perkins agent told the suspect, Christopher Austin, that fixed to go for trial, that's why you here, because the bitch is fixed to go up for trial to try to make this shit better for herself. You heard him say that to Christopher Austin?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll allow this.
Yes.
He also told you, this undercover agent, that he wanted to see what you're going to say so he knows what to go back and tell the DA. Was the undercover agent, in your mind, referring to you who had come up and talked about going to the DA?
I believe so.
And The agent continues to talk to Christopher Austin, and tells him that it's her life or your life, referring to this lady. Is that correct?
Cumulative from what's been already discussed.
So,
Page and line, please.
42.
I don't remember that, ma'am.
You heard the agent tell Christopher Austin that you got to save yourself, man. That bitch is trying to get out.
I don't remember that.
Would it refresh your recollection to read the transcript?
Sure.
Page 42, line 4 through 8. If you could read that silently.
Okay, I've refreshed my recollection.
Does it refresh?
Yes.
And in fact, the undercover agent tells Christopher Austin, you know the situation. You got to save yourself, man. That bitch is trying to get out. At this time, I'm just trying to be honest. Fuck that. Fuck her life. It's her life or your life. The agent told that to Christopher Austin, correct?
Yes.
And he immediately responded to the agent by saying, yeah, and then saying to the agent, I don't know her. I don't keep up with his escapades, you know? That was none of my business.
Yes.
And the agent then says to him, but right now, it's your life or her life. You barely knew the bitch, you saying. You got a family. This hoe been in jail. You get what I'm saying? He said that to Christopher Austin, correct?
Correct.
The agent starts questioning Austin in the cell also about what his role was in the case, correct?
Yes.
And he tells the subject, Christopher Austin, or he asks, what was the bitch's role? And Austin doesn't respond, correct?
I don't remember, ma'am.
Would it refresh to look at it?
Yeah.
44, lines 16 to 18.
Okay.
And when the agent asked Christopher Austin what was the bitch's role, and he doesn't respond, the undercover agent says to Austin, they're going to let you know.
Yes, that's what he said.
And then he follows that by telling Austin that they, and I think he's still referring to the police or the DA, they can either make your life more miserable or make your life go back to the way it was before they came fucking with you. He told him that as well.
He told him that, but I don't know who he was referring to the day.
Okay. And all during this time, the agent has been directed to say these things to Christopher Austin or not directed?
Not directed.
Did you think it was appropriate for the agent to be telling Christopher Austin these things that he was telling him?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Detective, the Perkins agent continues for quite a while to talk to Christopher Austin and tell Christopher Austin things before you come back to the cell around 12:30 again, correct?
That sounds correct.
And the Perkins agent makes clear to Christopher Austin that they want the big fish, and that the big fish is Monica Sementilli, correct?
I don't know that. I mean, I don't know what he was referring to.
Okay. Well, the undercover agent tells Austin, when it comes down to shit like this, and I'm just being honest, they want the big fish, correct?
That's what he said, yes.
And Austin responded by saying, I don't even know this woman. Is that correct?
Sounds correct, yes.
Detective, when you head over to do the next stimulation in the cell, you come to the cell and tell Christopher Austin in front of the undercover agent, certainly our goal is not to disrupt your life or your family's. It's just unfortunately the position we're placed in. I can't stress the importance of being honest in this situation, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you then show Christopher Austin still captured pictures from a video, correct? The surveillance video?
Yes.
You tell him you know how you guys arrived. You're referring to Baker and Austin at that point?
Yes.
You tell him that you know how you guys left, correct?
Yes.
And you show him a still surveillance capture photo of the Porsche that was stolen from Mr. Sementilli, correct?
Yes.
Leaving on the street, correct?
Correct.
And you tell Christopher Austin in front of the agent, it's the in-between that I want to hear from you about what happened in between.
I'm going to object. This is all cumulative.
I'll hear it.
Correct?
Yes.
And then you stress again that it's important for him to be honest, correct?
Yes.
But you don't immediately leave the cell at that point. Christopher Austin asks you some questions, correct?
I believe so. I don't remember what they were.
Okay. Christopher Austin asks you, well, what do you need from me to get home to my girls? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you told him, we'll sit down and we'll have a talk about that.
Correct.
You leave again, and you overhear the Perkins agent and Austin continuing to talk, correct?
Yeah, as soon as I return to the listening post, yes.
The undercover agent asks you, and the bitch who they got, did you ever meet that bitch?
The undercover agent asked me that?
Asks Mr. Austin in the cell.
I don't remember.
Could you look at, would it refresh to look?
Yes.
106?
What line, ma'am?
8 through 10.
Okay. Can you repeat your question?
The undercover agent asks Christopher Austin, and the bitch they got, did you ever meet that bitch? He's asking Austin. And he says to the undercover agent, seen her, but I don't know her.
He said before that he's seen her, but then after said he did not know her. He acknowledged that he had seen her, but didn't know her.
And he tells the agent, I can't remember what she looked like. Like I said, my uncle was with a lot of women.
Yes.
And shortly thereafter, the undercover agent tells Austin that he's going to have to switch up his story. Is that right?
I don't remember that.
He tells the agent, what would it refresh to look at?
Yes.
Page 115, lines 22 to 24.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the lines, ma'am?
I'm sorry, I cited too early. 8 to 11, lines 8 to 11 on 115.
Okay. Can you repeat the question?
Yes. The agent told Austin, of course you're going to have to switch your story up a little bit. You got to get that shit right before they come talk to you, bro. Real shit, real fucking shit.
Yes.
He told Austin that, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And then minutes before you come back to the cell to take Austin and do any more stimulation, you also know that the agent told Austin that he had a job to do, and it's up to him if he's going to do his job, correct?
I don't remember that. Is that the same page?
Did he say to Austin, did Austin say to him, I should say, they're down here to do a job, page 116, lines 6 through 11?
Okay, can you repeat the question?
Yes. Did Austin say to the undercover agent, referring to you and your team, they're down here to do a job?
Yes.
And in fact, the agent responded to Austin by saying, well, you got a job too to do, and it's up to you if you're going to do your job, bro. You got two jobs you can do. You can do the job that's going to get you home, or do the job that's going to get you gone. And Austin responds, it's still up to the DA, whoever the DA is. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you go to the cell around 1:15 that afternoon, and you go to get Christopher Austin and take him to an interview room, correct?
That sounds correct.
Okay. And when you do that, detective, you don't make him put on the handcuffs at that time. Is there a reason for that?
We were in a secure facility, and the location of the interview room was was not in a tremendous long distance, so we're in a secure jail environment.
Don't you normally handcuff murder suspects?
Not always.
Once Christopher Austin gets in the interview room with you and Detective Byers, you make clear to him, Detective Perel, you and your partner make clear to him that when it comes to the charging of people, that's a DA decision. Do you recall telling him that?
Yes.
And your partner tells Christopher Austin right at the start that you seem like a good guy and we give everybody the opportunity to be truthful. You recall that?
I do.
And you tell him that there's really not a lot we want to talk to you about, but we give everybody the opportunity to talk. That was said, correct?
Yes.
And after you tell him that the DA makes a determination on charges and filing and anything like that, you start to question him about his role in the murder, correct?
I believe we Mirandized him and we gathered some basic information before we started to talk about his role in the murder.
You gathered biographical information from him, correct?
Correct.
And you then showed him a picture of Robert Baker, correct?
Yes.
And you asked him about his relationship with Baker, who he knew as Unc, correct?
Correct.
You also then start to talk to him about whether he knows Monica Sementilli, who you refer to as the lady, correct?
Yes.
Now, at this point, he's never said that he even knows Monica's name, correct?
Correct.
And you, as you said before, never said Monica's name when you did any stimulation, correct?
Correct.
And again, you talk to Austin about that it's the DA who decides whether there are going to be charges and what's going to be filed, correct?
It is.
You never at any time told Austin that it was going to be up to any judge, correct?
No.
You told him repeatedly that it was going to be up to the DA whether he was going to be charged and what he was going to be charged with, correct?
It is cumulative.
Detective, when you next showed a picture of Monica Sementilli to Christopher Austin and asked him how you know this lady, he clearly told you that I don't, correct?
Yes.
And you asked if he recognized Monica's face at all, and he said to you, not really, like, who is she, correct?
Yes.
And he tells you that he's seen her before, correct?
Yes.
And tells you about seeing her at the gym, correct?
Yes.
And that he went to go visit Baker, and she walked by and he saw them talking, correct?
Sounds correct, yes.
Okay. And you specifically asked Austin at that time whether Baker ever offered any information to Austin about her, meaning this lady, and whether Baker ever boasted or bragged to Austin, anything like that.
Can I refresh my recollection with the interview, ma'am? That's a lot of information.
Sure, 25 lines, 21 to 23. And I'm sorry, this is just to make clear, is the interview of Austin, which is, I believe, on your tab B, just to make sure you are clear.
Yes, I found it. Thank you.
Okay. And in fact, when you and your partner asked Austin about whether Baker had ever offered any information about this lady or boasted or bragged, anything like that, Austin makes clear that Baker said, yeah, I'm messing with this, this new chick, correct?
Yes.
And Austin told you that he had responded, that's dope, how is she? And Baker responded, oh, she's cool, but we'll see. I got another one on the side. That's just how he's always been. That's how Austin described anything that Baker said about this lady, correct?
Yes.
And then you go on in the next period, over a half hour, 45 minutes, to interrogate Austin. And in fact, Austin confesses to you that he participated in the killing of Fabio Sementilli with Robert Baker, and that Austin tells you he actually stabbed Fabio Sementilli in the neck, correct?
Yes.
And you also heard from Austin that he said that the initial plan was, we're going to go and rough her dude up, referring to the lady, correct?
Object. Cumulative.
Sustained.
You told the prosecutor on Friday that Mr. Austin had confessed, correct?
Yes.
And when he confessed, he didn't just say that he went to murder Fabio Sementilli. He told you at that time his intention was that he thought that they were just going to rough Fabio Sementilli up because Baker had told him that his girlfriend was in an abusive relationship, correct?
Objection. Cumulative.
Sustained.
At no time during that first interview did Christopher Austin tell you that he had ever spoken to Monica Sementilli directly, other than when he went one time to her house, correct?
This is a long interview. I think that there was a reference to a visit to the house where he ate pizza and fell asleep on the couch, and there was an interaction there. And I'm not sure, there may have been an interaction at the gym during some racquetball or something along those lines.
He first told you that he had gone to the gym to see Baker, and that Baker and this woman had been speaking after he got to the gym, correct?
Yes.
And he made no indication that this woman had ever spoken to him, Christopher Austin, about anything to do with planning a murder, correct?
Correct.
Okay. After Austin confesses to you and your partner, Detective Byers, that he in fact stabbed Fabio Sementilli, the district attorney joins the conversation, correct?
He had asked to speak with the district attorney who was present in Washington, yes.
And you arranged for the deputy district attorney, Ms. Stiegel, to come into the room and participate in the interview, correct?
Yes.
And Austin immediately says to the DA that he wanted to talk to her because he understood that everything depends on her, correct?
I don't know if it was her in particular. Can I reference the interview?
Sure, page 83.
What line, ma'am?
Line 22, starting at 22 to 25.
Okay, can you repeat your question?
Am I right that Christopher Austin, when the deputy district attorney comes into the room, tells the deputy district attorney, I wanted to talk to you because I understand everything depends on you. You do have a job to do. Did he say that to the DA?
He did, but the DA also responded to him.
And she responded that I can't make you promises or deals either today, but I can at least, just so you know that, do you want to think about it?
Yes, there's quite a bit of advising of him that he has the right not to speak with her, that he can answer only certain questions. There's talk about if he wishes to have a lawyer that he can. I mean, there's all of that in between that conversation about her inability to do anything but listen to what he had to say that day.
Right. And that's when you then take him back to the cell and conduct yet another stimulation, correct?
I don't think there was any more stimulations. He was taken back to the cell, yes.
Okay. Turning to page 121, just so you can anticipate.
Is this in the interview, ma'am, or the...
This is in the Perkins.
Okay.
Now, at this point, nowhere has Christopher Austin ever said that he even knows Monica Sementilli's name, correct?
He knows who she is. He did not know. I think his explanation was he didn't know her.
Okay, but he never said her name, right?
I don't think so.
And you testified in response to the prosecutor's very clear question on Friday that at no time during the stimulations in the jail cell did you ever say Monica or Monica Sementilli to Christopher Austin, correct?
Not before the interview.
So when Ms. Silverman asked you if you'd ever said the name Monica or Monica Sementilli during the stimulations, you thought she was limiting that to the first stimulation?
Well, that's all I would consider is the two contacts at the jail cell before the interview was what I would consider stimulation. Anything after is just conversation that I'm having with Mr. Austin. And during the interview, certainly her name was brought up in the interview.
Who brought up her name in the interview?
I believe my partner and I did.
You did not. Did you bring it?
You're testifying.
Sorry. Can you tell me where you brought it up in the interview of Christopher Austin, Monica Sementilli's name?
I don't know the exact page. This interview is 164 pages. My recollection is that her name was brought up in the interview.
If you find that, let me know. But isn't it a fact, Detective Farrell, that Monica Sementilli her name had never been brought up until you conducted this next stimulation at the jail cell and said to Christopher Austin, I feel bad that Monica wrapped you up in this. Rob wrapped you up in this. Because that's kind of what it seems like to me. Did you say that to Christopher Austin?
Yes.
And then you repeated it again a few seconds later. You said to him again, I feel bad. Monica wrapped you up in this. Rob wrapped you up in this. You tell him that a second time, correct?
Yes.
And immediately after you leave, the Perkins agent says to Austin, who the fuck is Monica? Is that the bitch? And Austin says, I think that's her name. Yeah. Does Austin say that?
Yes.
Does the Perkins agent say that?
Yes.
It's the Perkins agent who says to Austin at that point, to me it sounds like the bitch is the one who planned this shit. Did the Perkins agent say that?
Again, I object. If counsel's going to read from something,
Please.
The procedure is to provide the page and line to counsel.
Please give the page and line.
Page 123. I'm sorry, starting at page 122, lines 1 through 3.
Are we talking about the Perkins counsel or the other?
It's the Perkins. The Perkins agent, detective, says at that point, who the fuck is Monica? Is that the bitch? And Austin says, I think that's her name.
That's not on page 122, as you directed. 122 is the detective and his student, Austin.
No, in the Perkins interview.
I'm in the Perkins interview. I'm on page 122. Those lines don't fit.
Did the Perkins agent ever say...
I need to know what page and line.
You can compare the transcripts. You can compare your transcript with counsel.
Does it start?
Again.
Does your line start? He said something, who the fuck is Monica?
No.
Okay, I'm reading from a transcript. So.
You are.
And it says Perkins assistant, so I'm assuming it's the Perkins transcript.
Yeah, it's the one we provided you, but it's not on page 122.
Okay, that's...
It's correct, Monty.
Okay. It's correct. I don't know if the people's transcript is wrong, but I'm reading directly from the transcript.
Can you show me your transcript?
Sure.
May I proceed? I need to find it.
Huh? So the Perkins undercover operative says to Christopher Austin, "Who the fuck is Monica?" just after you've said to him that Monica wrapped you up in this. Following that, the Perkins agent says to Austin, "Who the fuck is Monica? Is that the bitch?" And Austin says, "I think that's her name."
Can I look at the transcript as well? What page?
122, lines 1 through 3.
Okay, I'll refresh my recollection.
That's what the Perkins agent said, and that's how Christopher Austin responded, correct?
After he asked him if he told the truth, and he said yes because of her involvement.
Where did the Perkins agent say that?
He said page 122. If you look on 121, line 23, it says, the Perkins agent said, "So basically you told him the truth?" And he says, "Actually, because of that woman."
And then he asks, "Who the fuck is Monica?" And he says, "I think that's her name."
Yes.
And it's also the case that the undercover agent told Christopher Austin, following that, "They need you to get this bitch, because just think, if she get off, she'll get that insurance money." You see what I'm saying? The Perkins agent said that to Christopher Austin, correct?
Yes.
Counsel, what page is that?
It's 128, lines 7 through 9. They need you to get this bitch, because just think, if she get off, she'll get that insurance money. You see what I'm saying? But they already know that this bitch done set this thing up. The Perkins agent tells you that the police know that the bitch set this up, correct?
He didn't tell me, no.
He told Austin.
Yes.
And you overheard it.
Yes.
Did you go into the cell at any time and stop the Perkins agent from saying these things to Christopher Austin?
No.
Isn't it a fact, detective, that the Perkins agent repeatedly tells Austin that it's all up to him about what he tells the police and to testify against this bitch? He repeatedly tells him that's how he's going to go home, correct?
I don't know if he repeatedly told him that. If you want me to look at the transcript from the Perkins and direct me to that, I would be happy to refresh my recollection. I don't have a recollection of him repeatedly telling him that.
Detective, he tells, the undercover agent tells Christopher Austin in that cell that you, Christopher Austin, were brung into this by that bitch, and you're endued, and first one tell, first one out of jail. Did he say that?
What portion of the...
131, lines 20 to 23 of the Perkins interview.
Page 131, ma'am.
Yes, 131,
Lines.
lines 20 to 23.
Thank you. Okay, I'll refresh my recollection.
That's what
Can you repeat the question?
the Perkins agent told Christopher Austin at that time. But again, you were brung into this by the bitch and the dude, and again, first one to tell, first one out of jail.
Yes.
He's telling him that he was brought into this by the bitch, correct?
That's what he said, yes.
He's not asking him if he was brought into it by the bitch, correct?
I don't remember the tone. Obviously, the inflection of one's voice could change that between a statement and a question.
Isn't it a fact, Detective, that this agent tells Christopher Austin on page 128, just so that you can anticipate, they need you to get this bitch. They already know that this bitch done set this shit up.
What line, ma'am?
Line 7, starting at line 7.
Okay, and what was the question?
Isn't it true that the Perkins agent said to Christopher Austin, they need you to get this bitch. They already know that this bitch done set this shit up.
Yes.
And isn't it true, Detective, that Christopher Austin says at page 139, I'm going to be honest, I've seen a lot of situations, if the offer benefits me and my girls, whether I lose them to this or this situation or not, but I get to go home to see my daughter and my wife, I'll give them whatever they think they need. Did Christopher Austin say that in front of the Perkins agent on October 2nd in the afternoon?
Yes. Yes.
And throughout Christopher Austin's conversations with you that day, he wasn't holding back, correct? He confessed to murdering Fabio Sementilli. Did he not?
Well, he did hold back on information that we've now learned since he's testified, but no, he did not hold back about his participation and role in the murder of Fabio Sementilli.
So he told you the detail about his killing Fabio Sementilli. The only part he left out was that somehow his new claim in the proffer that Monica Sementilli was somehow the mastermind of the whole thing, correct?
He did not mention that in our interview, no.
Detective, you spent many, many hours with Christopher Austin that day, either in interviews with him, with you and your partner, with the DA, and then doing these stimulations and overhearing what the undercover agent was telling him, correct?
Yes.
It lasted pretty much from 9:30 in the morning to after 4 that afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And not only did you tell Christopher Austin twice in your stimulations Monica Sementilli's name, but the district attorney, when she came back to re-interview Christopher Austin, she told Christopher Austin Monica's name, correct?
I don't remember.
Isn't it true that when you resumed the interview where DA Heather Stiegel and you and Detective Byers had met previously, you at some point got Christopher Austin out of the cell and brought him back to the interview room, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, Christopher Austin was questioned by DA Stiegel and you and Detective Byers, correct?
Yes.
And that second interview with DA Stiegel, Austin says repeatedly to you and DA Stiegel, "What can you do as a DA for me to see my girls?" Correct?
I'm going to
Page 90.
It's sustained.
He asked DA Stiegel directly what can he do to see his girls, correct?
Sustained.
Detective, when DA Stiegel was in that room, she told Christopher Austin, when asking him about Ms. Sementilli, what do you think you first heard about, the racquetball lady or Monica?
I don't remember, ma'am.
Did you discuss Monica with Christopher Austin in that room?
Your question is confusing to me. I believe that she was discussed.
Page 96 of your...
If the detective could finish his answer.
You may.
I believe Monica was discussed in the interview, yes.
And Deputy District Attorney Stiegel actually used Monica's name at page 97, line 2, correct?
Page 97. Okay. And what was the question then?
The DA told Christopher Austin Monica's name.
Yes.
You told Christopher Austin Monica's name.
I believe so, yes.
And in fact, the very first time that Christopher Austin ever said Monica's name was after you and the DA told Christopher Austin her name.
Okay. I don't have a recollection of him using her name before that. But I'm confused by your question.
Well,
I guess
maybe I can clarify. The Deputy District Attorney, in her direct examination of you, Detective, seemed to emphasize in her questioning of you that at no time did you tell Christopher Austin Monica's name before he said Monica's name.
I'm going to check. That's okay.
Sustained.
Detective, isn't it a fact that Christopher Austin at no time indicated when he was confessing to the murder of Fabio Sementilli that Monica Sementilli was involved in the planning or execution of Fabio's murder?
I believe he made reference to her contacting Baker to let them know the time that was opportune to go up to the house to murder him.
Isn't it the case, Detective, that what Christopher Austin told you, which you kept telling him you thought was the truth, was that Baker told him before they went up to kill Fabio that he was home alone and that he believed that Monica had told Baker this, but did not know that?
Correct.
And at each time he referred to Baker telling him that Fabio was alone, or that there was money, or that there was anything related to the planning or carrying out of this murder, Christopher Austin, when he was interviewed by you, before he started making a deal, made very clear that all he knew is what he believed or assumed, that Monica had participated.
Well, it's information that he was witnessing and observed through Baker, who he believed to have been in contact with Monica.
Detective, Christopher Austin never at any time told you or anyone else in this case when he was in Vancouver, Washington, that he ever saw a text or heard a conversation or even heard a woman's voice, correct?
Correct.
And he assumed that that's where Baker got the information, correct?
Correct.
And there was nothing that you gleaned from that 12 hours or whatever it was, 8 hours of interrogation and use of the Perkins that gave you any evidence that Christopher Austin had any communications from Monica Sementilli, or that she had actually and intentionally planned the murder of her husband, correct?
That's compound. This
Sustained.
states the evidence.
Isn't it a fact, Detective, that when you left that station that day at whatever it was, 5 or 6 o'clock at night, all that Christopher Austin had indicated was that he assumed or believed that Monica Sementilli was involved in this?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. See you back here in 15 minutes.
All right. So they're taking their morning break. Let me go back here. All right, we'll go back here. I'll make sure that okay. So we'll go back here. So we are listening to the cross-examination of Detective Corey Farrell. And they talk about the Perkins agent. Got a little got good there towards the end. I guess Miss Burke finally got out of him that Austin assumed Monica was involved. But let's get through it. Let's go through what... So Detective Farrell didn't communicate with the actual agent, just the two detectives, which were Frank Carrillo and Victor Marin. He relayed evidence to them and in the attempt to figure out what Austin's role was. Did you communicate with the Perkins detective about a nexus between the three? Of course he did. The agent was at the briefing. So this Perkins agent, he was at the briefing. Willie Boyd was his name. Fabio was deleted inside his house. They had video of Baker and who they believed was Austin. They had a picture of the Porsche leaving and the DNA of a suspect that was identified in the case. He did not say his name. So as he was trying to establish a nexus between the three, he was basing all of his info on that Baker knew Monica, Austin knew Baker, put two and two together. The objective was to find out Austin's role and his knowledge of Monica's role. You got to do what you got to do. The game is called You Get Home. So this is the Perkins agent, Willie Boyd. Let's see. Right now, it's your life or hers. She's in jail. You know what I'm saying. What was her role? Austin doesn't respond. So when asked directly what was her role, Austin doesn't respond. They're going to let you know they can either make your life more miserable or make it go back to what it was before. The agent was not directed to say these things, which I found interesting. They want the big fish. Austin says, I don't even know this woman. Let's see. What do I need to do to go home to my girls? We'll sit down and have a talk about that. So Austin asked him directly, what do I need to do to get home to my girls? Agent asks, you didn't ever meet her. He's seen her, but he doesn't know her. Kind of explain that, I saw her. I don't know her. Then at one point, Austin says, I'm going to have to switch up my story. That could be reasonable doubt. Although, I don't know, even if you just throw out Austin's testimony altogether, I'm pretty sure there's enough evidence of Monica's involvement. When it comes to charging people, that's up to the DA. So it was the DA that was going to, it wasn't the detectives that were going to charge, it was the DA that was going to bring the charges. It was never said that it was up to the judge. So Austin says he's seen Monica before and at the gym. They need to get her because if she gets off, she'll get the insurance money. This detective did not go into the cell to stop the agent from saying these statements. The Perkins agent repeatedly tells Austin he needs to testify against Monica in order to go home. In order to go home and see my wife and daughter, my daughter and wife, I'll give them whatever they need, whatever they think they need. I'll give them whatever. That's what Austin says. So that could put some potential reasonable doubt. First time Austin says Monica's name is after you told him. Austin never told you or anyone else that he ever saw a text, heard a conversation, or heard a female's voice. And he said, correct. And that's what Austin said. Austin said that. He's like, he was assuming. Austin assumed Monica was involved. Because Baker was involved with her. So who else was Baker talking to and texting to? Baker was talking and texting to somebody, right? Austin knows that. So he may not know that it was Monica, but he knows that he was talking and texting with somebody. So again, put two and two together. I mean, defense is trying so desperately to, say that Austin made all this up. And he's like, yeah, I just want to go home to my kids or my girls, my daughter and my wife. I'll tell you whatever you want to hear. Yes, it was her. Well, he doesn't really need to say that because he knows that Baker was talking to somebody. And now we know that Monica and Baker were talking like 5,000 times a month. So again, it's not rocket science, nor is it that much of a leap, I don't think. I don't know. What are you guys thinking and saying? Tammy, but a person doesn't have to see rain falling to know why the ground is wet, or whatever that saying is. Yes, they use that with like snow. You go to bed, you wake up, and there's snow on the ground. You know that it snowed. All right? OnlyFan, that's mind-blowing, though, if Austin didn't even know her name. Drunky the Bear, why else would Fabio need to be unalived? It's because of Monica. Stupid to think otherwise. Ola says, yes to Rona. And I will say that is unlikely he assumed wrongly. Some things are obvious without saying it, right? But when it comes to juries, they cannot go by assumptions. Sinbad 33, the things Baker told Austin about Monica needing to get rid of the husband was enough to convince Austin of her involvement. The text alone will nail her. Pammy, all the calls, text in real time, directions on how to proceed, locations where Fabio was, etc., etc. Of course it was her. Jury isn't dumb. Brett says, and the person Baker was messaging had inside info about the Sementilli house or home. Yeah, I mean, it's not It's not rocket scientist or rocket science. Widespread panic. So it was either Monica or one of her daughters. Or will the defense say it was Fabio next? Fabio was texting Baker. Right? I mean, Fabio, who knew Fabio's whereabouts? Who knew, where Fabio was going to be? It was Monica. I mean, Monica knew all of this. I can't imagine it would have been, one of the daughters. It wouldn't be Jessica or Isabella. Sinbad 33. So did Austin go to Monica's house when they slipped into the bedroom? Yes. Fala, she sent him for whatever. It's like fun, but Yeah. He went over to their house, Sinbad, and he was on the couch. I think he said he was just hanging out, playing games, even on his phone or whatever. And they went to the bedroom. Imagine the Foo Fighters. See Pammy. That dang sure tied up in a bow. Sinbad 33. No way Austin didn't know her name. Food and Games. But even if he didn't know her name, doesn't matter. It's just like he just knows her as the girl, as the woman, the wife. Fala, kung fu fighting. That's funny. Yeah, legal-minded friends. Karen Cole, you watched the 55 Hitchcock movie last night. A couple fakes wife's death to get $25,000 life insurance. That's funny. OnlyFans says to Rona, yes. Rona, yay! Became a member. The guys did the actual planning, but the insider info was important to make it a clean getaway. Yeah. Legal-minded was at the witness for the prosecution. Fabulous. Rona, yay! 1 month. Rabbit ears. Yeah, OnlyFans, but Austin did mention I can't keep up with his escapades. Pammy agrees. Yep, knowing her name is moot. I agree. It's like, who cares? Pammy throwing down some emojis there. Cheese balls. Thank you. Nice. Sinbad, how often do you not know the name of your uncle's girlfriend's names? Yeah, this is preposterous. Butterfly Dana asks, have you seen Monica's mother in the gallery? No, I haven't. I don't think she is supporting Monica. I don't know if I would know what she looked like, to be quite honest. I don't know what her mom looks like. That's a good question for Mona. Hey, Mona, was Monica's mother at all in the in the gallery? Yeah, Drunky the Bear. Baker had so many relationships. Austin probably barely tracked their names. I mean, yeah, he was married 4 times, which is whatever. But if he's with a different girl every weekend or whatever. Rona says, I don't believe everything about Austin's testimony. What, Rona, what, excuse me, what testimony do you not believe in specifically of Austin's testimony? I wanted this one. Ola, on YouTube, there is a so-so but good TV film from 1954, written by the same guy who wrote 12 Angry Men courtroom drama. Steve McQueen, early role. Yep. Hey, Mona, that gallery is empty, but maybe someone is there today since Monica looks kind of happy. Thank you for spilling some more tea. Always appreciated that. For those that are new to the channel and or stream and or this trial, Hey Mona has been at the trial a couple times now and has called in twice. So we appreciate that. Hey Mona, appreciate you being there and calling in and telling us, getting a behind the scenes peek into the trial. Appreciate that. Butterfly Dana, Monica's mother was supporting Monica having Baker at the service at the house. No, she said, who the F is that? If I'm not mistaken. I don't think, yeah, no. I don't think that's right. At least, well, that's what Mirabella said. She said that they were going, two of them were going back into the house, and Monica's mom stood in front of the doorway and said, you know, get who the hell is this? Get the hell out. But yeah, I don't think Monica was supporting, I'm sorry, I don't think Monica's mom was supporting her. No, it was not support. Okay, it was not supporting. Okay. Yeah, no, it was not supporting Monica. Okay. Sneaky, you watch that in law class because you're ancient? Oh, Sneaky, please. If you're ancient, I'm freaking mummy. Sinbad, I can't stand the thought of Baker sitting in Fabio's chair. I looked back at the pictures. I don't remember. I don't think he actually sat in his chair. I don't know. I didn't actually see that. The Defender, 1957. All right, that's cool. Never heard of that one. I'll go watch that. And how cool was that you had a law class in high school, Sneaky? That's cool. Very cool. Brett says, I really doubt Monica was even filling her mother in on this whole soap opera. This is Sneaky says, you've been watching on your TV in the living room, but your laptop died. I had to grab my charger to make a silly joke about 12 Angry Men. Legal Minded Karen Cole with the Hitchcock movie. It was one where the wife moves to California, comes back 7 years later. Husband is about to get insurance money. Wife wants a divorce, saying she met someone else. Husband offs her. Yeah, I don't remember that one. Butterfly Dana, I think Monica's mother knew about Monica and Baker, and her mom threw a fit at the service. At the house, yeah. She knew something. She knew something because she was, yeah, she definitely was like, yeah, get the hell out. Yeah, Monica's mom definitely knew something. What the extent of that is, we don't know. Oh yeah, was that a movie or was that part of that TV series? Sneaky side, I was very lucky to have basic law class to choose from as an elective in high school. Very cool. My true crime route showed decades ago because my single white femaleness gobbled it up. Nice. That's cool, yeah. That's cool. I would have probably taken that. All right, at some point we have to get back to Mitzi Roberts. Still got to hear from her. We still need to hear from, well, we still have to finish Mitzi. Widespread panic. You had to take sewing. Yeah, we had cooking in 7th grade, and then like a half a year of cooking and then a half a year of shop. So they were trying to make us well-rounded. Yes, Hitchcock is the GOAT. I gotta watch his TV series again. I've gotten away from that. Sinbad used to. I used to nurse the writer. Used to nurse the writer of the storm. Hitchcock classic episode about a hubby gaslighting the wife after he deletes her. Yes, Queen Olive Ruth Ann, you made it back. Hey, Mona, don't think Monica will testify. It's really no reason for her.
Record Fabio Sementilli, defendant, is present. All counsel present, and jury and alternates are present. Detective Farrell, you're still under oath, and is there any redirect?
Yes.
Detective, when you were asked questions about the length of your investigation regarding Chris Austin, you told us you started in late June of 2024, correct?
Yes.
And spent some time going through what had already been done, and then you and your partner wrote some search warrants, and then by October of 2024, so within 4 months, the Chris Austin investigation was pretty much done.
Correct.
All right. Now, you also talked about the fact that you and your partner had to draft and serve some search warrants for information regarding Austin's change of ticket from January 24th to after the murder on January 23rd, because no documentation in terms of records that could be used to prove he changed his ticket existed at that point. Is that also correct?
Yes.
It is cumulative.
In terms of this Perkins operation, when you were asked whether it was an extensive Perkins operation, was it different than every other Perkins operation?
No, same as every other Perkins I've ever participated in.
So there was nothing added?
Correct.
Now, counsel asked you if the only thing Austin added once he came back to Los Angeles was that the defendant was the mastermind behind the conspiracy to kill Fabio Sementilli. Isn't it true that Mr. Austin never used that term, mastermind?
Correct.
And in addition, when Mr. Austin came back to Los Angeles and was interviewed at Robbery and Homicide Division in November of last year on the 18th and the 20th, that he also went into his trip in July of 2016 with Baker to Las Vegas to stay with Al Birdsong?
Yes, he discussed that.
And also, did he at that time talk about, as much as he could remember, the conversations between he, Baker, and Birdsong relating to the planning of the murder of Fabio Sementilli?
He did.
And more importantly than all of that, the first time that you ever learned that there was an attempt to kill Fabio Sementilli the night before his murder on January 22nd, that wasn't brought up until the proffer in November of 2024. Is that right?
That's correct.
However, during the time that you spoke and interviewed Mr. Austin in Vancouver, Washington, he mentioned and discussed with you and your partner, Detective Byers, that from what he observed, Baker was in constant contact with his girlfriend, the defendant.
Yes.
And that Baker didn't make any plans to go anywhere or do anything until he first communicated with the defendant.
Yes.
Misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
That was his understanding, yes.
That's what he told you he observed and what he heard, correct?
Yes.
And that the actions by he and Baker as to when, the timeline of when he and Baker went to the defendant's home to kill Fabio Sementilli on the 23rd was precipitated by a communication that Baker got from the defendant saying that she was leaving and the victim was now there alone.
Yes.
Objection misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
In terms of the briefing that took place with the Perkins agent, was that a lengthy process?
No.
How long approximately did it take to brief the Perkins agent?
10 or 15 minutes.
Okay. And is it the Perkins agent's job to determine the language and the style of communication, or is that something that you direct as the detective?
I don't direct. Once they're inside the cell, the communication they have with the arrestee is on their own. We don't direct any of that.
Okay. So again, that's left to the Perkins agent to determine the language used and the style of communication.
Correct.
Did you tell the Perkins agent what to ask or what to say at any point during this Perkins operation in Washington?
No.
Did Mr. Austin, in the conversations he had with the Perkins agent, tell the Perkins agent that he didn't really know the woman, but he knew who she was?
Yes.
And did he also, in his interview with you and Detective Byers, state the same? He didn't know the defendant. In other words, he wasn't friends with her. He never went anywhere with her, but that he knew who she was.
Objection. Argumentative.
That's overruled.
The evidence.
It's overruled.
Yes.
And did he also indicate that it wasn't just one time that he had met the defendant, but in fact, not only did he play racquetball with her at the gym, but that he also went to her home with Baker?
Yes.
And did he discuss that with you during the interview in Vancouver, Washington?
Yes.
Did Austin also tell the Perkins agent, when the Perkins agent asked what the reason was for the murder of Fabio Sementilli, that it was insurance money?
Yes.
And in fact, did he bring that up all on his own without any prompting from anybody?
Yes.
And did he also indicate to the Perkins agent that Mr. Baker told him that the victim in this case was an abusive husband?
Yes.
And when counsel asked you about the term "they want the big fish," did Mr. Austin say she is the one who set this up?
I don't remember.
Or words to that effect?
Sounds familiar, but I don't remember his exact words.
Next line, page.
I'm not quoting from the transcript, counsel. Now, when Mr. Austin asked you what he needed to do to go home, and you told him that you would sit down with him and have a conversation, did you and your partner indeed do that?
Yes, we did.
And did you tell him that he was not going to be allowed to go home because he was going to be extradited to California to face charges in this case?
We told him he was being arrested for the warrant, that he was not going home.
At any point in time, did you, your partner, Miss Stagel, any of you ever say to Mr. Austin, if you tell us certain things, we'll let you go home?
No.
At any point in time, did you or anybody with you tell Mr. Austin anything other than the fact that he was being arrested and brought to Los Angeles?
We never told him anything other than that.
When Mr. Austin brought up the insurance money during his conversation with the Perkins agent, do you recall his answer when the Perkins agent asked how much insurance?
I don't remember.
I'm going to refer you to page 123 of the Perkins transcript.
Line.
Yes, starting from the top of the page. Down to approximately line 20. Let me know when you've read that.
Okay, I've refreshed my recollection.
Okay. And did Mr. Austin indicate that he wasn't going to get any of the insurance money?
He did.
And did he also say that he was mad that he was even a part of the conspiracy?
He did.
Objection, misstates the evidence and misstates the statement.
Actually, I'll read it to you. On line 1, the Perkins agent asked how much insurance, correct?
Yes.
And on line 2, Mr. Austin said, I didn't. I wasn't going to get any of that. And I'm mad that I was even a part of it. Is that what he said?
Correct.
And then did Mr. Austin go on after the Perkins agent said you wasn't going to get any of it? What the fuck? And Mr. Austin said, I just didn't believe it until it hits to the thing. I just don't believe it. And the Perkins agent asked, did your uncle get any of the money? And Mr. Austin responded, I don't think so. Correct?
That's correct.
And the Perkins agent asked how long after his uncle had gone to jail, and Austin said a few months.
Correct.
And then Austin, on his own, without the Perkins agent saying anything about the lady or any other term referring to the defendant, didn't Austin say, yeah, they both got locked up?
Yes.
So again, during the Perkins operation, Austin is telling the Perkins agent that he's aware the defendant and Mr. Baker were both involved in this conspiracy to commit murder.
Yes.
And on the following page, did Mr. Austin also describe for the Perkins agent how it was that Fabio Sementilli was murdered?
I'm sorry, what page?
124.
May I refresh my recollection?
On my transcript, it starts on line 15 through the end of the page. Does that refresh your recollection as to Mr. Austin describing for the agent how the victim in this case died?
Yes.
And in there, did he say the victim was stabbed in the neck?
He did.
And the Perkins agent asked him how many times? One time? And Austin said, I think 3 times. Correct?
Correct.
And then after saying, I think 3 times, is that when the Perkins agent asked him if he also stabbed the victim in the neck?
Yes.
And in response, did Mr. Austin say once?
Yes.
And after that, did the Perkins agent ask who stabbed the victim the rest of the times? And Austin said he did, meaning the uncle.
Correct.
And did Mr. Austin also talk to the Perkins agent about how he was first introduced to the defendant?
I don't remember, ma'am.
Okay. Referring you to page 150. About halfway down the page. Does that refresh your recollection about how Baker introduced him to the defendant?
Yes.
And did Christopher Austin tell the Perkins agent that I know he introduced me as, you know, to help her with racquetball. It's business. And then they got a little flirty, but that's grown shit. Like, that's none of my business.
That's what he said.
And then on the following page, did the Perkins agent state to Mr. Austin that Baker must really have liked this bitch?
I believe so.
And did Mr. Austin indicate he used to? He used to.
Yes.
So again, just to be clear, during the Perkins operation and the interview, Austin was able to recount at least 2 different occasions where he was introduced to the defendant, although he claims he still doesn't really know her.
Correct.
When counsel asked you about Austin never saying that he spoke to the defendant except when he went to the house, Mr. Austin also indicated he spoke to the defendant when they played racquetball and when he was introduced to her at the gym, correct?
Yes.
During the interview with Christopher Austin, did he also mention to you about going to Las Vegas with Baker and staying with Al Birdsong?
Yes.
Once he was brought out to Los Angeles and interviewed, was it only then that he went into the details of what happened during that July trip?
Yes.
Now, at the point in time where DA Heather Stagel spoke to Austin, that was already at the end of the interview, correct?
Yes, it was pretty far after we had interviewed him.
So you were done with your interview at that point when she comes in?
Yes.
And was she brought in only after Mr. Austin indicated that he wanted to speak to the DA?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point, after Ms. Stagel came in to speak to Austin at his request, did Mr. Austin then indicate that he needed some time to think?
Yes.
And at that point, did Ms. Stagel leave the room?
I believe so, yes.
And then at some point after that, did he ask you to bring her back into the room so he could speak with her again?
Yes.
And again, both of those times, that was after your interview with Austin. You and your partner, Detective Byers, were finished interviewing him.
Correct.
So there was no more stimulation when you put Austin back into his cell after you were done interviewing him, correct?
Correct.
Objection, this states the evidence.
It's overruled.
Whether or not he continued to talk to the Perkins agent at that point, that was subsequent to your interview, and you did not conduct any further interviews of him at that point.
Correct.
And when you told Mr. Austin that you felt bad that Baker and Monica got him wrapped up in this murder, that was based on what he had told you and your partner about what had happened. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in fact, were you being genuine with him, or were you lying to him when you said that?
No,
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
I was being genuine.
In fact, you called me to tell me while I was in trial here about what had happened, correct?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did you call me after the Perkins and the interview with Mr. Austin?
Yes.
Irrelevant.
Sustained.
And And when the name Monica was brought up, at that point, did Mr. Austin indicate, I think that's her name? Again, indicating that he doesn't know this woman well.
Objection. Argumentative as the last portion.
Sustained.
Did he indicate that he did not know this woman well, although he had been introduced to her, played racquetball with her, and was at her house one night for dinner?
Yes.
At the point in time where the Perkins agent said, if she gets off, she'll get the insurance money, again, was that after the point in time when Mr. Austin told the Perkins agent why this murder occurred?
Yes.
That it was for insurance money?
Yes.
During the conversation Austin had with the Perkins agent in the cell, in addition to the insurance money and the things that Baker told him about why they were committing this murder, did he also tell the Perkins agent about the use of burner phones?
I don't remember, ma'am.
I'm going to direct you to page 122, middle of the page.
This is in the Perkins?
Yes.
Page, please.
I just said 122, about half of the way down the page. Apropos of nothing relating to the Perkins agent, did Mr. Austin tell the Perkins agent, burner phones and everything? And the Perkins agent said, huh? Austin said, burner phones and everything. They recounted everything. And Perkins' agent said, you serious? And Austin said, conversation. I was honest.
Yes.
And did he indeed mention the fact that there, or did you talk to him about the fact that you were aware, you and your partner, that burner phones were used?
We did.
Okay. And so was that discussed with Mr. Austin in Washington State and then in more detail when he was brought out to Los Angeles?
Yes.
Also, did Mr. Austin indicate to you during your interview in Washington State that he had met the defendant prior to the time of the murder?
Yes.
Did he tell you even then that he did not have a recollection of meeting with the defendant when he and Baker traveled to Las Vegas in July of 2016?
He did not remember.
At any point in time during the interview or the Perkins operation, did you mention anything about the attempted murder of Fabio Sementilli the day prior to his death?
Overruled.
I did not know anything about that during our interview with him in Washington. That was information that was new to me when we sat down for the proffered statement.
During the interview with you, when you spoke about both his Uncle Baker and the defendant, did Austin once again, just like he told the Perkins agent, tell you and your partner that he had seen the defendant before, but he doesn't know her?
Correct.
During the interview, did Austin also tell you that he had been to her house approximately maybe 7 months before the murder?
Yes.
Did he also...
I'm sorry. We voted.
All right.
So, Baca, just reading through what you're going through with your mother-in-law, right? Is it your mother-in-law? Yikes. Or she broke her shoulder? Ouch. That's gotta, yeah. Sinbad, didn't Austin say Baker said to him not to mention Monica's name at some point? Remember that. Yeah, I don't recall that. Gladys, you think Monica's a little snobby? She does kind of come across as, you know, I can see that. Oh, looks like they're back.
Again, during the interview that you had with Austin in Vancouver, Washington, when you asked him when it was that they went to the defendant's home, did Mr. Austin indicate to you that it was around 7 months prior to the murder?
Yeah.
Sustained.
Did Mr. Austin indicate that at that period of time he did not know what the extent of their relationship was?
Objection, Ms. Stacy Evans.
Overruled. Overruled.
On page 36, does Mr. Austin say, you and your partner, I didn't know who I didn't ask no questions. And then your partner said, Detective Byers said, so you didn't know? And Mr. Austin responded, I didn't know what the extent of the relationship was. Exactly what I just stated, correct?
Yes.
And then he was asked, were they an item? How did they interact? And he said they talked, correct?
Yes.
And going on to the next page, he indicated that they talked across the counter, they do little giggles, they talked about the gym, and then I remember blanking them out, correct?
Yes.
And then Mr. Austin went on to say it seemed like it was business at first, right?
Yes, business at first.
And then Detective Byers asked, what would be the business of inviting two gentlemen to her house? And Mr. Austin, do you remember what his response was?
Yes.
What was that?
It was none of my business, meaning none of his business.
And then did he go on saying, oh, they're about to, do a little kissy-kissy here and there, but to what extent, I don't know.
Yes.
During the same interview in Washington, did Mr. Austin tell you and your partner that Baker had sent him money to fly to Los Angeles in January of 2017?
Yes.
Did Mr. Austin tell you during his interview in Washington State that on the 23rd he and Baker were going back to the same house where he had had dinner with Baker and the defendant?
Yes.
during the interview with Mr. Austin, did he also indicate that Baker had given him gold coins from the home?
Objection.
It's overruled.
He did.
Did he also tell you during the interview that Baker told him that she said he's in the house as to when was the appropriate time to go to the house in order to kill Fabio Sementilli?
He did.
Did he also tell you during the interview that Baker went on to say, she says he's in the house, like, let's go?
Yes.
Did he also tell you during that same interview that Baker parked the car somewhere and the two of them ran from there?
Yes.
And that Baker told him to follow him?
Yes.
When they left the crime scene, did he also, just as he did during his interview here in November of last year, indicate that Baker dropped him off and then picked him up in the neighborhood?
Yes.
It's overruled.
Yes.
When he talked about the gold coins, did he tell you in Washington State that they were gold coins from the victim's collection?
Objection. Asked and answered.
It's overruled. This goes directly to prior consistent statements.
Yes.
When was the time to go up there, because she told him, meaning Baker, she was gone?
Yes.
Did he also indicate to you towards the end, before he was placed back in his cell in front of Ms. Stagel, that Baker had been on his phone talking and texting?
Yes.
Did he also tell you that he was doing that all the time, but it seemed like he was getting all the information from her?
That's what he said.
Did he also tell you that although he had seen her, he didn't really talk to her?
Correct.
Did he also tell you that he watched when Baker and the defendant were playing racquetball together, and he thought that Baker was training her?
I believe so, yes.
Do you have a doubt in your mind?
If you could tell me.
Sure.
Yeah, tell
Page
me.
96 of your interview transcript.
Just so I could be sure.
Yes.
And what line am I looking at?
It would be towards the end of the page. And they were playing racquetball together. The sentence starts. Did you find that?
Yes,
Did he indeed say that?
he did.
Towards the end of the page is already.
And subsequent to that, is that when Ms. Stagel chimed in and asked about the racquetball lady?
Yes.
Because of the fact that he had said they were playing racquetball and thought he was training her.
Yes.
And after that, immediately after that, when Austin was asked when the first time was that he heard about her, did Austin say, in conversations, when I was in Alaska and I would call to check on him?
Yes.
Was he also asked at that point in time when he knew her name? And he responded, did you know it, Ms. Stagel asked, did you know it after everything happened? And Austin said, no, I knew it before. But like I said, the remembering of who she was, what her name was, didn't reveal because he had been talking to a few other women.
What page is that, ma'am?
This would be going on from 96 into 97 and 98. And he said, I only got the description of the racquetball, the one I trained racquetball. Did you find that?
Yeah.
Did you find where he said he knew her name before the murder?
Can you direct me to a line? I'm sorry.
Sure. My transcript might be 5 lines off from yours.
Okay, I found it.
You see that?
Yes.
Mr. Austin was indicated that he knew her name before.
Yes.
And did he also indicate on the following page that he knew it in 2016 when he was still living in Alaska?
Yes.
Did he also reiterate during your interview that Mr. Baker said, we're going to go up to a thing, I got a call?
Yes.
And did he go on to say, it's like, remember the girl, what about her? He's like, yeah, her husband's there, he's home.
Yes.
And then did he go on to tell you that he believed, Mr. Austin believed, the woman called him and told him, and then Baker told Austin?
Yes.
And did Miss Stagel also ask Mr. Austin, did he tell you, she said he's home now, and Mr. Austin answered, yeah?
Yes.
Did Austin go on to describe what was said? Yeah. He's like, he's home now. I was like, are you sure?
Yes, that's what he said.
Did he repeat that same phrase several times? She told him, meaning Baker, that the victim basically was home.
Objection, just states the evidence.
Still room.
Yes.
And did Ms. Stagel also ask, so you knew it was Monica on page 124? And Austin said, I figured it was.
Okay, yes, that's what he said.
And did he also tell you the house that they went to commit the murder was the same house he had been brought to by Baker 7 months prior?
Yes.
And he showed you that house again a couple weeks ago, correct?
Yes, he recognized it, yes.
I have nothing further.
Any recross?
Yes, briefly. Detective, isn't it a fact?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I have one more thing.
Quick.
I have 2 exhibits, actually. May they be marked, please, as People's 259.
No, 260. 260. What is the item, please?
4 pages of an extract, 2 different extracts from the defendant's phone.
That'd be 260.
Thank you. The first page, 260. There are 4 pages in total, Your Honor. Showing you this timeline here. Is this something that you looked up this weekend from the defendant's cell phone?
Yes.
Tell us, it looks like you searched for Jack.
Seriously? Sure, let's just cut the feed there. Somebody just kick the feed, kick the cord. Unbelievable. It does, Sinbad, it does. Oh, come on, man. What? Yeah. All right, well, let's go through it. Let's go through what was happening. Austin never used the term mastermind. Pot for the day before was first. Oh, pot for the day before, meaning they were going to go do this at that restaurant, was first brought up in the proffer. Let's see. Austin played racquetball with Monica and went to her home afterwards. Austin had been to the house 7 months before the murder. Austin knew that Baker was training Monica. When he was in Alaska, they talked on the phone, so that's how he knew, they talked about Monica. The house was the same one that Austin had been to 7 months earlier. Irish Amy, does anyone know what happened to the sick jury? I do not. Shirley Roth, is that the ghost of Fabio coming through? No, I think it's Lady Justice or something. Well, this is aggravating. What the heck? What the actual heck? I say unto you, what the heck? So soon there will be personal information shared as part of evidence, and we will be putting up a slate to protect for about 5 minutes. All right, that's what the feed is saying. What info could they possibly be hiding right now that lasts 5 minutes? All right. So there's personal information that's being put up. Therapist, you know, well, this is aggravating. Best line ever. Right? Aw, therapist, you know, Fala, has anyone told you how pretty you are today? Shirley Roth, personal information, like haven't already? Right. Haven't we? Therapist, you know, the number of birds my finger has flipped is endless. Sinbad, if Burke and the prosecutor were trying to confuse the jury, it's working. Did they zone out like me? Oh man, I was like falling asleep there. Hellcat, I'd be flipping desks. Sinbad, Lady Justice looks demonic floating back there. Yeah, that's her. That's definitely her. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Baca, like all the skeletons haven't crawled out of the closet this far. I know, right? Irish Amy, this trial is sawing through my last nerve. Widespread panic. Anyone else occasionally flip off their spouse when he's not looking? That's funny. Missy Russell, you were away on your lunch break, catching up on two times. Loast is even more serious than last. I think she's just holding the scales. Because Lady Justice holds the scales. I think she's just holding some scales. It kind of looks like a cross, but yeah. Sinbad, her scales, oh, they're back.
Tell you and Detective Byers that he had not only met Monica at her house, but that he had actually played racquetball with her at the gym. That was incorrect.
Well, it's my impression was that he had an interaction with her at the gym in the racquetball realm of some sort. Whether he played with her, I don't know.
Well, you know what he told you, and he told you that he met her at the gym and saw Baker talking to Monica.
Correct.
And that he understood that they played racquetball together, meaning he and Mr. Baker and Monica.
I'm going to object. Those things facts, not evidence.
Overruled.
Yes.
And when the prosecutor asked you about the Perkins agent telling Christopher Austin that they wanted the big fish, and that Austin had somehow responded by saying that she, referring to Monica, is the one who set this up. He never said that when the Perkins agent said they want the big fish, did he?
I don't think so.
And when Mr. Austin confessed to you in the interview with Detective Byers, he told you many different stories about how he had committed the murder with Baker, correct?
Not sure of your question. Many different stories in what regard?
Well, first of all, he told you there was only one knife involved, correct?
Yes, in the interview. There's been so many, well, there's been an interview and then the proffer. I'm trying to refresh my recollection. Yes, I believe he indicated one knife.
And then in the proffer, he started talking about 2 knives, correct?
Yes.
And in the interview, he gave you this whole story about how it was in the car when he and Baker were driving over to the house that he first said, we're going to go up there and do this.
The knife was in the car?
He said
Is that
that
what you're
as well.
asking?
Yes.
Yes.
And in fact, when he changed his story in the proffer for his deal, he started talking about this story about how Baker had put him in the trunk.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Did Christopher Austin tell you a story about Baker having put him in the trunk on the ride over to the Sementilli house at the time of the murder?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Did Christopher Austin not testify here that he was in the trunk of the car when Baker brought him over to commit the murder?
He did testify to that, yes.
But in Washington, he told you this story about conversations he and Baker were having in the car ride on the way over to the house.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did Mr. Austin, in the interview in Washington, tell you that he had had conversations with Baker about going up to the house as they were driving over to the house?
I don't remember if that was in the car or before. If you would like me to look at the interview and tell me where I can find that, then I would refresh my recollections. I don't remember where the conversations he referenced took place, whether they were in the car or not.
Let me try this way. Isn't it a fact that Mr. Austin never said a word to you in Washington State about Baker putting him in the trunk of the car and driving over to the house in the trunk of the car?
That is correct.
And isn't it true that Mr. Austin told you in Washington that the knife he used in the murder was in the car?
Yes.
And when Ms. Silverman is asking you about statements that Austin made while he was in Washington with you and being interviewed and speaking to the Perkins agent, isn't it true that he only said that he figured it was Monica who was talking to Baker when he told Austin he's alone at the house?
Objection cumulative.
Yes.
And isn't it true it was Austin who repeatedly told you in Washington that he just believed it must have been Monica who was talking to Robert Baker about going up to the house?
Same
Yeah.
objection.
We're starting to get there. I'll allow this question.
Yes.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Nothing further. No.
Anything further by the people?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may stand down. All right, let's go to lunch. The admonition applies. We'll see you back here at 1:30. Have a good lunch. Counsel, you can remain momentarily, please.
Sorry. Yep. Sorry, I was muted. Okay. All right. We are back. All right. So they're taking lunch, he said, until 1:30 Pacific. So 4:30 Eastern. But they're on a half-hour delay, so I guess I'm going to go with 5. I'm going to leave it up at 5. Hey, Valeria. You always come when they go on break. Bummer. All right, let me pin this. Court is at lunch until, I'm going to go with, I'll put 4:30 here, but you know they are delayed a half an hour. So I'll be back at 4:30. Which is only like an hour from now. All right, so recross was Austin told you many different stories while in Washington. And he's like, well, what do you mean? Well, first of all, he said there was only one knife. Then he said he didn't tell you that he was put in the trunk. Then he said there was a knife in the car. Then Austin said he figured it was Monica. I don't know. What do you guys think? Let's see. What do you guys think? What do you think of this thumbnail? Aaron came up with this thumbnail. Oh my God, that's so funny. Oh, it's the sexy Sandy butt. Valeria, yes. Julie is happy to be once again on California time. MEG, yes. This judge, he is all of us. I agree. Valeria, thanks for joining. And yep, you always come in when they go on break. Brett says some of the details like the trunk aren't really part of the M, so it doesn't bother me that he didn't hit some of the details until the proffer. I haven't really heard anything yet that's made me change my mind, but you guys tell me what you think. MEG says the thumbnail is amazing. Yes, that was Erin that created that. She's been creating the last 3 or 4 thumbnails now. Drunky the Bear, how in the world would Austin know that Monica was searching for restaurants unless he was there? How in the world? Great question. Great question. Sneaky also concurs that that is the best thumbnail ever. Well, when Monica gives you content like that, it's kind of hard not to not to run with it. It is getting nice out, though. There was apparently a tornado that went through. We were watching some TV earlier, and my brother and his wife were, trying to get out of here and whatever. And we were watching some somewhat local weather, and there was a tornado that was confirmed. Fala, Trial TV Live, is it genius? Widespread panic. The fact that you made the connection with her expressions in Beaker is awesome. Totally. It's so hard not to see Beaker, right? Butterfly Dana. Monica is the ringleader next to Baker, and then Austin, I believe, was going to be their patsy guy to blame it all on, but he turned on them both. Sinbad, Aaron is a pro with her thumbnails. I laughed so hard. Yeah, Drunky the Bear. Brat, I'd also be embarrassed if I had to go in the trunk. I know, right? Like, so lame. Therapist, I love watching the evolution of Aaron's thumbnails. Pure magic. Sneaky side, that's also not the easiest expression to make. It takes a lot more energy to make that expression than the smile. That's true. I heard that like when I was a kid or something, that it takes literally more facial muscles to frown than to smile. Yeah. Irish Amy, I thought at first it was a play on Baker Beaker, but Child TV Live is so much more clever. Yeah, no. It's definitely the face. Look at her expression. I mean, that's all that that's all that we could see was Beaker. And then even her hair. I wish that we had, if she was making that face with her hair pulled back, then that would be really funny. But Monica gives us the content, so we just give it right back. All right. Okay, guys. Sinbad, that expression makes resting beef face look innocent. Totally. Yeah, sneaky side. Look at read the writing. Yep. Yep. This was Sandy. See, it says sexy Sandy A. So it was her butt. And then they showed pictures of it. Not of her, but it was like somebody's butt was all sandy. And she likes that. Yeah, sneaky. It's pretty crazy. What?
What did you? Okay.
Yeah.
Super Bowl in the mouse.
Super Bowl in the mouse.
I think she sat on something.
What have I stumbled upon? Sneaky. Oh, you have no idea what you have stumbled upon.
Oh God, sneaky. I'll send you some images, girl.
Yeah. Aaron's going to send you some images. Well, they would write letters to each other. They took videos and photographs. Oh my God, she was sending all kinds of photos. They were messaging each other 5,000 times on average a month there for a while.
They're kind of like us.
Well,
Not in that respect.
not there.
Just
Not
the
in that
amount of
respect.
texting.
Yeah. Yeah. You should see. Yep. You should see the others with their drawings. Yep. All right. Aaron's going to send you some stuff, sneaky, to get you caught up on. But yeah, there's videos of her doing it with other guys.
Yeah. Well, they were in.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He was into it.
Yeah. Well, she kind of was. He was training her, right? I mean,
He may have been. Yeah.
that's what I think.
There are erotic drawings. Is this going to end up in a museum? She's actually good. I would say she's a good drawer. You know, she's not a bad drawer. She's actually a pretty good drawer. But her choice.
There's so much.
Yeah, her choice of. Yeah.
Dude, she's on the keyboard.
All right.
Super Bowl. Come on.
All right. So sneaky, Aaron will send you over some stuff. All right. I'm gonna break. We're gonna break for lunch. We'll be back in 45 minutes to an hour, and we will see you guys then. So until then, enjoy your time break. I'm going to play you some music. Some music here, and we'll see you in a bit. Hello and welcome back. Court is on their lunch break still. They're half hour delayed, so when the judge says be back at 1:30 their time, Pacific time, add another half hour to that. But I wanted to, for those that are new or those that didn't hear it, I think it was Thursday or Friday, I read through this interview that Robert Baker gave back in March. So March 14th, literally a year ago, he gave this interview. So this was written by a gentleman named Greg Fisher for 48 Hours. And the title is Convicted Killer. Robert Baker says his ex-lover, Monica Sementilli, had no part in the murder of her husband, Fabio. So it's an awkward moment sitting down with a murderer, especially when you arrive unannounced. So Baker pled no guilty. I'm sorry. Baker pled no contest last summer to the deleting Fabio. So he, meaning this producer for 48 Hours, wanted to see if Baker would be willing to share information about the brutal crime and perhaps his alleged accomplice, Monica Sementilli. Monica was the wife of Fabio, as we know. She was Baker's lover, as we know, before they both landed in jail nearly 5 months after the crime. So let's see. Baker seemed healthy and younger looking than the bedraggled figure I remember from court. He had the fit and muscular appearance one might expect from a racquetball coach at the LA Fitness where he met Monica. Once he introduced himself, it was Baker who offered the initial icebreaker to our conversation, expressing surprise at the effort I had taken to find him in that remote jail in the mountain town of Castatic. Getting there can be a 1 hour drive from LA, and visitors are only permitted on Saturdays and Sundays. So let's see. So despite his reluctance to address most issues, deferring answers to when this is all over, he was resolute about one point. Monica was not involved as she is charged. Monica did not know. She didn't know, and then he swears, if she did find out, I would have been in here a lot sooner. His claim was a bombshell. Monica, who has already spent nearly 6 years in jail, did not conspire with him to delete her husband, Fabio, he said. Despite what the prosecutor characterizes as overwhelming circumstantial evidence against Monica, there's no smoking gun connecting her to the conspiracy. A fact her attorneys are banking on for a not guilty verdict at trial. I asked about Baker's decision to plead no contest despite not getting a deal and accepting the sentence of life without parole. Like, why do that? Why not just go to trial and see if you can, beat it, I guess. I don't know why he didn't do that. So with his blood and DNA at the crime scene having cut his finger stabbing Fabio, Baker had a little chance to beat the charges, but even if his chances at trial were 1 in a million, most people take that shot. Why not you, I asked him. He seemed resigned to his fate, but explained due process was the reason. Much of our conversation shifted to facial expressions as he was clearly reluctant to be recorded saying certain things. I found myself unconsciously following his lead, and at that moment I gave him an exaggerated "what does that mean" face. Do you think there's due process? He responded to my look as if I was the naivest person on earth to have faith in the criminal justice system that snared him. The phrase due process would serve as his unsatisfying default answer for many substantive questions. I asked if his plea was a gift for Monica, which he immediately scoffed at, seemingly taking offense, as if going down for life could be a gift. I pointed out what he knew well, that for more than 5 years, Monica's attorneys have tried many times to sever the case between the lovebirds into separate trials, but the judge denied them at each turn. So I noted when Baker pled no contest, voila, thanks to his decision, Monica got what she had been asking for, to stand trial alone. He remained dismissive. I asked if he had met Monica in a Target parking lot 2 miles from the Sementilli home in the hours before, presumably to get the coast is clear message from Monica to attack Fabio. That allegation prompted an eyes wide open, lips pursed, no way expression as he shook his head back and forth. It never happened, according to him. Well, your cell phone data says otherwise, but he complained about that and other prosecution evidence, the fact that he and Monica used the encrypted apps WhatsApp and Viber to communicate between themselves, or that Monica shared her family's home security system, private login credentials with them. So what he asked. I pointed out that while millions of Americans did use encrypted apps and access home security systems remotely, an objective person, say a juror, might well find it suspicious that the lover shared those prior to Fabio's deletion. Baker remained indignant that those facts could be used against him or Monica. What about his Facebook messages with a friend where Baker said, "No, not yet living with Monica, but it's coming soon"? Once again, Baker shrugged that off. Just a conversation between friends. He just did not seem to get the prosecutor's point that a conversation between friends is precisely what was so revealing and potentially incriminating, particularly because he murdered Fabio soon after. I turned the conversation to his sentencing hearing, where numerous family members assailed him for taking away Fabio. Heartbreaking, he repeated a few times, heartbreaking. Baker had cried during the hearing, perhaps when Monica's daughters testified. What they may have seen as crocodile tears decidedly did not make an impression on the devastated family members and friends. The whole racquetball thing amuses you? Yeah. My dad used to play racquetball too. I would go with him. I played racquetball a couple times with my dad. Tennis, racquetball. I think we played handball. Hey, Mona, he likely got tired of all the shenanigans because they kept moving him around and probably just wanted to have a routine of some sort. Yeah. I asked if that emotion at the hearing meant he wanted to apologize to Fabio's family. He offered nothing in reply, just repeating heartbreaking. "I'm not the monster," he said, his voice trailing off before I could hear a finished thought. At that point, I had to interject, explaining that I had seen the autopsy report. Fabio had been viciously stabbed 7 times, 3 separate wounds, which each deemed fatal, as vital arteries were targeted. A beloved father, brother, son, friend, ambushed and slaughtered without a chance to defend himself. I know, Baker said, dropping his head without meeting my eyes. He said only very recently had he seen the crime scene photos of Fabio, the gore and violence of the murder juxtaposed with the backdrop. Fabio's chair, where his family remembers him smoking cigars, Big Daddy baseball cap on his head, conducting business and enjoying life in his favorite domain, the back patio. It was Fabio's then 16-year-old daughter who would find his body too heavy as dead weight for her to even turn him over. Will Baker testify at Monica's trial? Earlier in our conversation, Baker conceded that he had recently been meeting with Monica's defense attorneys. Ostensibly, they are sizing Baker up for the possibility that he might testify at her trial and drop that aforementioned bombshell on the jurors, that Monica was not involved, that she had no knowledge, that she never suspected her lover. Baker told me he does not know whether he will testify or not. I asked if he wanted to testify for her. For the second time, he took offense. I would not do it for her. He said it would be to tell the truth. The idea that he might testify was heralded by her defense lawyers as a case closer. We are confident that Robert Baker's guilty plea and his truthful testimony will finally establish once and for all that Monica Sementilli had nothing to do with the planning or the deletion of Fabio Sementilli, her husband. Leonard Levine said after Baker's sentencing. Legal experts that 48 Hours spoke to were more circumspect. They acknowledged the power of that potential testimony. They also pointed out a jury might be skeptical after a withering cross-examination and an exploration of Baker's background, which we know. Baker's testimony represented a risky proposition they reasoned likely too risky. Background was a question Baker raised. I responded that I was aware of his acting experience in the industry. Baker nodded his approval at my research. It seemed odd, as if, like so many people that reporters deal with in Hollywood, Baker was asserting, I was an actor, rather than displaying unease with the courtroom optics of adult film. Our time was limited, so I chose not to raise his criminal background, a conviction of having inappropriate relations with a minor, his teenage stepdaughter, who would marry him after his release from prison in the 1990s and enter the adult film world, doing movies with Baker. So she did. So the stepdaughter did become, so I wonder if her name was Nikki or Dee. Those were the two names that we heard. So she ended up doing adult films. Rather, I wanted to discuss the prosecution's claim that Monica was leading a double life after Fabio's passing. Prosecutors alleged she was expressing an outward appearance through social media that she was deeply in grief over the loss of her husband, while police simultaneously, serendipitously documented a secretive, fun-filled romance with Baker. Baker chose not to shrug off this accusation, insisting that Monica's grief over Fabio was intense and secure. As validation, he offered that the two were no longer in contact and that she cursed him with her parting words. Murderer, mother, yelled across a hallway in lockup. He was alleging that once Monica learned Baker was, she dropped him, but he did not say when. Another bombshell, the claim that their relationship was now over, as court documents had revealed 2017 love letter signed "Your Wifey, Monica Baker till death, sent in jail." When a sheriff's deputy suddenly appeared, Baker turned and left, ending our interview abruptly. Interesting, right? So he's saying that he's not... he's saying he's not going to... not necessarily testify that it was Monica that didn't have anything to do with it. He just wants the truth to come out. Widespread panic. That is a article from CBS News /48 Hours. Hey, Mona. Yeah, such an upstanding guy, that one. Well, I will also take this time to let you guys know that tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, we're going to have a Jules Investigates, right? So we're looking forward to this one. It's going to be Casey Anthony, just kind of popped up, I think, a week or two ago on TikTok. So we're going to have Jules, of course. We're going to have our own Dr. Rachel. We're going to have Rob Dick, who was the bail's bondsman for Casey Anthony. I think he was also, he drove her around. and then Susan Constantine, who's a body language expert. So we're going to have a really great panel for you guys. And then, so that's Tuesday morning, and then Wednesday evening, we're going to have Pammy's daughter, Whitney, and her two co-founders, Melissa and Eric, on a Shoot the Shit with me, with Squeegee. And they created a advocacy con or conference, and that's happening in Indianapolis this year at the end of the month. So we're going to have them on, and they're going to talk. Their tagline is a community where families of the missing and murdered find unwavering support and strength within a united and compassionate environment. So they were on Defense Diaries a few weeks ago. So now they're going to come on our show. So I do hope you guys join us for both of those. Both are going to be really, really good shows. So looking forward to speaking with everybody. I mean, it's going to be, it's going to be good. And if you guys ever want to know what we're doing, what we're up, what's going on for the week, obviously you can go to our YouTube page, and see it there. But you can follow us on Facebook. We're on X, Twitter, Blue Sky, which is kind of like a Twitter. So if you guys ever want to see what we're up to, what's coming up, you obviously can go to our YouTube page, but you can also interact with us on Facebook and Twitter and Blue Sky. So tomorrow is going to be a good one. Jules Investigates, Susan Constantine, Rob Dick, and Dr. Rachel. And we're going to talk about Casey Anthony. And then that's Tuesday morning. And then Wednesday evening, we're going to be talking with Advocacy Con or Conference, Pammy's daughter, Whitney, and her two friends and co-founders of this conference that's happening in Indianapolis at the end of the month. Melissa and Eric will be joining us as well. So really, really looking forward to that. So definitely join us. Yes, hey Mona, it is a great lineup. Irish Amy, how cool. Therapist you know, yay. Therapist you know, Casey Anthony should advocate for Lori. Yeah. It's going to be interesting. Definitely going to be interested to hear what our panel has to say about her latest TikTok. If Harmonica had nothing to do with the crime, why wasn't she horrified to find out Baker was involved? Yep. Well, apparently the last thing she said to him, she called him a murdering MF. So, but that was after, I don't know. I guess they told. Well, let's see. So she didn't. That's weird. So she didn't know until, I guess, after. Obviously, after they were arrested, but and they haven't talked since. Yeah. Well, we know that he proposed her, so we know that they were in jail together at one point, but we don't know when she said, I guess after he took the plea deal, maybe. Hey, Mona, didn't she whisper to him in the back of the police car, they must have DNA? Something along those lines, yeah. Yeah, she did. She did do something along those lines. Monica asks about DNA. This was Ryan Verna, day 4. Yep, both rear quarter windows were down. Let's see, red stains. Okay, so she was asking the detectives. She was definitely asking the detectives. I'm not sure. So they matched Baker's DNA in February 14, but she didn't know that. All right, so Detective Chris Gable told Monica they had Baker's DNA. Oh, and she's like, how could his DNA be in my home? So then that's where she comes up with this this story about, she hit him in the head. They were playing racquetball the morning of, and he's bleeding. And yeah, she put the towel on his head, but there's no evidence of a bloody towel ever leaving. Therapist, that was the day I took meticulous notes. Yes. And did she say that? Okay, so she did say, let's see, it looks really, really bad. The DNA, I shouldn't be talking to you. This was the jail audio. Stay strong, I love you, babe. So she knew, she knew about the DNA, but this was after they had been arrested. That they found the DNA, I don't remember that in the back of the cop car. Yeah. And Baca says, and she took the bloody towel home. Yeah. And just, spread his DNA all over the place. I mean, really, Monica? In the car. She put the bloody towel in the car. I mean, come on. Hey, Mona, and they talked about that ridiculous bloody towel story on the illegal call through the shady lawyer. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's right. Pammy, right, Baca. A bloody, dirty gym towel. Yep. Oh. Yeah, and there's no evidence that he ever got hit. There's no evidence that he got hit, I should say, at the playing racquetball. So. Oh my God, you guys, I am so tired from the weekend. I cannot wait to go to bed tonight. I had so much fun, but man, I am so tired right now. I think I went to bed at like 1, I think, on Saturday night, and like 2 o'clock on Sunday. Backish. Fala is backish. Hey, Ken. Too late for Monica, though? Nanar, hello. Good to see you, too. I watched a bit of Peter today. It's not a good day. I found out yesterday that my brother... Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry. That stinks. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, we have so much catching up to do on Karen Reed. I think we've missed 3 pretrial hearings, 3 or 4 now. So we got to get back up on her. Yeah, daylight saving times follow messes everyone up. I like this better because more light. Yep, but it's really hard getting used to it again. Well, now it's like dark. I usually get up at like 6:30 and it's just pitch black. I hate that. I hate to get up when it's dark. Follow beautiful sunsets are back. Valeria, yeah. I don't drink coffee, but I definitely just need to sleep. I know. Even though I did get sleep, but it's cumulative. I'm so sorry. I'm just like, Oops, jeez. Really hit me. It's hit me now, right now. I'm just like, sorry. I'm like just a mess over here. Hey, Anja. Hi, everybody. I've been lurking. Cool. Sinbad, yep. Made it back in time. Yes, you did. Yawning is contagious. I know. Well, it doesn't help when the testimony is like so. Yeah, Father, this trial is not for the sleepy. Feel free to get up and jump around. Hey, Mel, how are you? Greetings to you. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm like really dogging it right now. Well, hopefully we'll get some explosive testimony this afternoon. We still have to hear from Mitzi Roberts. We still need to hear from Mitzi. Well, we need to finish her testimony because they've been pulling people in out of order. So she was back in day 21. Where else? The Mitzi. Day 18. That's when she started. And then day 21. Yeah, she's been off since then. Oh, is it Jillian Pearson? Hey there. Oh, love your channel, Lurking. My mom just... I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that, Jillian. Well, hopefully being with us will help a little bit. Whatever we can do. Nice. Enjoy the peace of mind you get here. Very nice. Yes, what Ken says, I echo that. Hope we can provide a little comfort for you, Jillian. Yeah, that stinks. So sorry to hear that, but I'm glad that you're with us. Hey, Marley Mum, you were over in another chat watching another case. What a cesspool. Yep. Don't even go there. Or just go there, but just don't watch. Just don't listen to the chat. Hey, Real Happy 33. How are you? Yep. Group tackle hug for Jillian. We'll give you a group tackle hug. I hope that makes you feel better. Okay. 5:01. They should be coming back any minute. All right, Fala. Go wake up the other half. Oh, Leslie, Roberta Flack's beautiful funeral. Are you hearing traffic? Possibly. We don't have really any windows open, but there is some traffic going by. It's windy. It's a windy day. There you go. That's a tackle group hug if I ever saw one. Look away. This next one will irritate you. There you go. That's for you, Jillian. Lord. Sinbad 33. If I don't have to scream asked and answered again today, it will be too soon. Widespread panic. My daughters used to do jump hugs. They'd run and jump into my arms. They'd break my back. If they try that now, though. Yep. Rona asks, why is this in a criminal court for a trial? Why is this in a criminal court? Because she's accused of conspiring to delete her husband? I'm not quite sure I understand that question. Nanar says, follow your tackle hugs. Always feels so good. Oh, Rona, so why isn't it? Why isn't this a criminal court for trial? But it is. This is criminal. I'm sorry, I'm really slow on the uptake today. Therapist, it was a big old truck passing by. You're saying you're hearing it from here? Nope. Rona. Wrong chat. All right, that's on you. That one's on you. Jillian, oh, you're welcome. Glad we can help you. Leslie says it's blowing super bad and knocking off all the blossoms on my small lemon and avocado trees. That stinks. Yeah, there was tornadoes in Orlando area. I got some friends that live there. They said they were okay. Deanna says, I'm back. Crazy day, but hubby's eye surgery. Oh, went well. Oh, good. Glad to hear that. Has to be from there. That's where the sound in my earball is coming from. Okay. I mean, I can hear it. So if I can hear it, the mic can hear it. Yeah, we had 3 air conditioners in their upstairs bedrooms, and we took all those out, and you can actually, close the window all the way, because the air conditioners, they had like little accordions, and it would let in a lot of sound. So it was really nice not hearing that traffic at 7 o'clock in the morning. Irish Amy, I swear, therapist, your hearing is like a superpower. Rona, you're going to blame your hormones? That's okay. Yes, Deanna, good to hear that he's doing well. Widespread Panic says. All right, waiting for trial to kick back in. I'm going to go ahead and take this off. Take this off for now. I suppose I could stop this as well. Close this. Good. There. All right, we'll go with that. Yes, Valeria, judge is late. Somebody's late. Widespread Panic, they're always late coming back. Ola, I'm caught up now, so trial may restart.
Also present, do we continue with Detective Roberts now?
Yeah.
Detective Roberts, please you take the stand. You're still under oath. Wow. And the team may continue with the direct examination.
Thank you. There is a stipulation that was previously marked as People's 236 that dealt with voicemails and calls by the defendant to Procter and Gamble, and I was told that I needed to correct some information on the document. The exhibit is People's 236. The recorded voicemails are contained within People's 158, which is the flash drive. The 34-second long message identified as Exhibit 237 was recorded actually on May 10th of 2017. This has to be a second.
And this particular call came from the Sementilli residence at 818-854-6. Information as to the other two phone calls in Exhibits 239 and 241 having occurred on March 9th of 2017 are correct.
Very good.
Thank you.
And is that the understanding of the defense?
Yes.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you. Detective, did you obtain emails regarding the victim's upcoming trip to Boston from his email account?
If I can interrupt you, certainly, please forgive me. Ms. Stego, can you lift up the projector? Because that's what's keeping everything from going on.
Thank you. These trips, starting from Los Angeles to Boston and then on to Toronto before returning to Los Angeles, with him scheduled to leave on Saturday, January 28th of 2017 from Alicia Truesdale. Did you review that documentation?
Yes.
Your Honor, can I have this marked, please? This itinerary is People's 261. It's 2 pages in length.
Yes.
Showing you a reservation for Fabio Sementilli arranged by Alicia Truesdale. Is this the documentation that you reviewed regarding Mr. Sementilli's upcoming business trip at the end of January, returning to Los Angeles on February 6th?
Yes, it is.
2017. Thank you. Additionally, Your Honor, I have a 2-page document for Mr. Austin's burner phone number 314. May this 2-page document be marked, please, as People's 262.
Yes.
Showing you the first page.
2 seconds, counsel.
Looking at this document, have you reviewed this before?
Yes.
And is this a document pertaining to a call detail record for Christopher Austin's burner phone that you testified to last week?
Yes.
And do we also see information on here with respect to the number 747-888-21 identified as a burner phone belonging to Robert Baker?
Correct.
All right. Now, did you also review a jail call that was dated January 6th of 2018 from the defendant to Robert Baker's stepsister sister or daughter by the name of April Forte?
I believe April is Robert Baker's, he calls her aunt, but I don't think they're related by blood.
Okay.
Or, I'm sorry, sister, but I don't think they're related by blood.
Okay. And did you review the call between the defendant and April?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we have the audio file, which is contained on People's 158, and a transcript relating to that call. Can this transcript be marked, please, as People's Exhibit 253? 263, and it's actually only a couple pages long. I think it's 4.
All right, so marked.
Yes, it is. Distribute.
Yes, and again, the same admonition applies.
I might need to get computer guide. Both of them are down.
Hello. Hi, how are you? Okay. Recording? Okay. Someone called about 2 minutes ago. Was that you? I called at 3 o'clock, so I wasn't sure if I said 3 or 3:30. Okay. Did you call like 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm not sure. You're not the only caller I got. Alright, he was a little, I can tell when I gave him the information he was so, I don't know if he's working on what he needs to work on, but I haven't heard from him. Okay, did he say he's going to come back at 3:30? Well, based on the information that you gave me, about him having, calling other meetings, maybe he's unable to, but I did give him the message. Did he say that it happened to him too? Did they go through himself? No, nothing happened. And he that's good. He said, I hope that he did not let them spook her. Spook her. No, they didn't spook me, but they spooked everybody else around me. All my, bunkmates and friends around me, they told them that if they're, helping me in any way or hiding any of my mail or anything like that they're going to be an accessory. So now they're all mad at me, and I'm afraid I'm going to end up with black eye here. So I'm trying to be very careful. And this call is being recorded. I'm just trying to say to myself, but the pen pal that he writes to here, for me, not to write to her anymore because she won't accept the mail anymore. Okay. I'll have to find another one. Yeah, okay. Okay, just not to give me any details. I just told him not to write him anymore until further notice.
I really wanted to talk to him. I hope he calls in. I'm going to try. If he does, I'll try again at 7 o'clock tonight, okay?
Okay, alright.
If you hear from him, tell him to call me at 7. Because he told me he does have other numbers to use, but he would have to call you collect. And I don't know if he can do that.
I don't even know how you do that collect, so he doesn't get anything. So,
okay, when he comes back, if nothing happens in his cell, just tell him to get rid of everything that I sent. And if nothing happened, that's fine, because they didn't end up finding any of his mail in my phone because I hid it, so they didn't find it anyway. But he can't write to the same person anymore. I have to get a new one and then give you that message, and then he can write to the new one.
okay, but
And I'm okay, and he has to do the same, because I know the person I write to there is gone to prison, so he has to give me somewhere to write.
okay, alright, you just wanted to even tell you that he lost it.
Oh, I love him too, and it just they destroyed my whole bunk, and I thought they did the same to him. Tell him that they took nothing, they didn't find anything, so that's good, but they spooked everyone else, and so now they're all upset with me, and I'm just afraid for my safety. Like, I might have to move modules, I'm not sure.
Okay, alright.
Just let him know I'm strong, I'm okay. I just wanted to know if they did the same thing to his cell, and if they didn't, just to get rid of whatever, and somehow get me a new address to write to, and I'll write to him, but I'll call you, I'll check in tonight at 7, or else again on Wednesday maybe, around 11 or 12.
Okay, alright.
Okay, thank you so much for helping me. Thank you. Okay.
I'll talk to Mark.
Thank you. Now, did you also review the cell phone extraction for Robert Baker's cell phone, his Samsung item number 121, regarding any activity or registration through an application called Lifestyle Lounge?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you find based on records that were subpoenaed from Lifestyle Lounge?
That Robert Baker did have a Lifestyle Lounge account.
And that he was registered for that account in November of 2016?
Correct.
Thank you.
With a distinctive username.
And was it registered to his apartment on Independence?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have 7 pages relating to documents received pursuant to a warrant to AT&T for mobility and other records. May they please be marked as People's 264.
Yes.
Showing you the first page. Records from AT&T that include mobility information with cell location, looking here where it's highlighted the date of May 18th of 2017. Do you see that?
Yes.
And looking across at this information here, along with the second page, which is from the defendant's cell phone extraction, item 119, under the DR for the murder of Fabio Sementilli. Do you see where it's highlighted in blue?
Yes.
I'm going to object there's no foundation for this.
So,
Looking over at the body of the message, do you recognize what you see here?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a message that is sent out to Monica's cell phone whenever that closet mirror that is protecting the safe is opened.
The one in the master bedroom closet?
Correct.
And in terms of the date of May 18th of 2017 at 11:18 a.m., is that the same date as the interview that took place that you reviewed of the defendant at her home between Detective Parshall and Detectives Tellis and Gable when they went through the home?
Yes, when they were used the ruse of the knock-knock investigation.
Okay. So there's an instant message, it looks like, that's sent to the phone as she talked about during that interview, correct?
Correct.
Showing you the third page. At the bottom, dated June 14, 2017, the date of the service of a search warrant subsequent to the arrest of the defendant. Do you recognize this as the defendant's cell phone number?
I do.
And once again, is there a message or an alert that's sent to her cell phone during the service of the warrant?
There is.
Showing you the fourth page. Again, same date, same range of hours during the service of the warrant. Is this, again, messages that are being sent from the opening of that mirror to the defendant's cell phone?
Yes, you can identify that specific communication by that originating number, 35433.
And that shows up on each of the records, correct?
Yes.
That's coming from AT&T.
Correct.
And again, showing you the fifth page over to the right, the body of the message. Once again, during the service of the search warrant, does it indicate that that closet mirror was opened on that date, June 14th of 2017, at approximately 3:37 in the afternoon?
Yes, it was.
Showing you the sixth page regarding the history of the messages from the mirror. Does it have that same code that you referred to coming in from AT&T, 35433?
It does.
And then the last page for the date of the murder, does it have that same code?
It does.
And when you looked, when you convert this time, is this 2:03 in the afternoon?
Correct.
When you look back at the defendant's cell phone extraction, just like we saw for other dates, such as May 18 or June 14, was there anything in the cell phone extraction of her phone showing that she received that communication on the date of the murder?
There was not.
Does that indicate that she deleted that message from her phone?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained at this point.
Did it indicate that that message had been deleted from the phone since it existed on all of the other days?
Same objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Now, the last time that you were on the stand, we played a lockup over here from the date of June 29th of 2017. Do you recall that?
I do.
And in that recording, there was a mention of a person by the name of John Stanley. Do you remember that?
I do.
Your Honor, I have a 2-page cell phone extraction for the date of February 22nd of 2017 from the defendant's Apple iPhone. Can it be marked, please, as People's 265?
Yes.
Showing you number 1, column 1, dated February 22nd, 2017 at 10:25 at night. Did you review the cell phone extraction showing that the defendant was researching the name JohnStanleyLaw.com?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation that the defendant is researching.
Sustained.
Did you review her cell phone extraction?
I did.
And is this what you found for that date and time?
Yes, I did.
And did you yourself look up John Stanley?
I did.
And what did you find?
Objection, no foundation.
That's overruled. It's overruled.
He's a criminal defense attorney located in the San Fernando Valley.
Your Honor, at this point, you're going to play this. To play the remaining jail over here is, I think they're an hour and a half perhaps in length for all of the remaining ones.
All right.
Can we pass out the transcripts?
Right. These are the ones that it's already marked as in 158?
Yes.
Very good. We should have transcript marked.
Yes.
That's 260.
There are 5 more.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'll be separate.
I take it they're going to be separate transcripts?
Yes.
The
6.
6, 7, 8, 9, and 270?
I think there's only 5 left.
That would be 5. When you're handing out is 266, is that
Yes,
correct?
Mark.
Very well. Applies.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes. I sent you a lot of shit.
I know, the last thing I got was July 27th, you dated it.
How many pages was it altogether?
I just got it last night at 10:30.
What the fuck? I sent that shit 2 weeks ago.
I sent you stuff a month ago. Did you get it all?
I got the one dated. Put it this way, you haven't written since, have you?
The last time I wrote was the 20-something.
Okay.
Did you get the tattoo design?
No. No.
You did it?
No, not yet.
I sent that on the 20th.
Okay, I should be getting that then. I sent you.
I have a lot of stuff to give you.
I do. I'm gonna try to shoot it to you. Okay, hang on. You look good.
You look good.
I miss you, baby.
I miss you too.
Are you okay?
I'm okay.
Okay. I'm gonna send you something. I want you to read it. It's two pages that are really important. Okay.
I have stuff for you too, but you have to flush it.
Boy, we think alike. All right, I'm gonna try to send it to you in a minute. Hang on.
Okay. I even brought you coffee and Snickers.
Thank you, baby. I don't need it, but thank you.
I wonder if this could reach there.
Oh my God.
At least you're gonna get all my letters. The ones that are wrapped.
This is big. Okay, guys.
Okay. All right.
Okay, I'm gonna read these.
Oh, okay.
Read them in order.
Do what?
Read them in order.
All right, I will do it. Read the ones that says for your eyes only first. They're X's. They have X's on them.
Okay.
Then do what you just said I should do.
Okay.
That's some scary shit that you right. Okay. Just as many two. The other ones you can read later.
Yeah.
You finished reading?
Almost.
Okay.
Did you read mine?
Yeah. is that?
I'm telling you, this is fucking weird. Did you read mine?
Yes, it says the same shit.
Yeah.
There is no deal to be made because we didn't do shit, so
yeah.
So there's nothing.
Did you read all of it?
I did. Yeah, it was just two pages, right?
No, read everything that's in there.
Okay, I'm gonna keep reading.
Okay.
I only read 4 pages of that part.
Okay. No, there's a little more.
Let me go back and read it.
Okay.
So I can reflect it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Hang on.
I can't believe you didn't get my tattoo design.
I didn't get it. No, I didn't get it yet. I didn't get it.
Oh my God! How the hell did you do this?
That's only temporary for you.
How did you do this?
Does it fit?
It's big.
We'll make a little something, make it fit. Hang on, let me finish doing what I'm doing real quick, okay?
Okay. Let me finish reading. Oh my God, I love it.
Hey, listen.
Yeah.
Okay, done. That was in the letter.
I'm still reading it. I'm reading
No, it wasn't the letter that I sent 2 weeks ago.
I didn't get it then.
Them fuckers are probably, I don't give a fuck. I write shit to them in the letter.
Well, no, if you read my letters, it says that my lawyer says they are reading them and keeping them.
Yep.
So it took a month for you to get my first letters. So the ones I sent on the 20th, you won't probably get for a while.
Every other day, I'm just gonna send a letter. I don't give a fuck.
No, now you can. Just read my letters right now.
All of them?
Just read it right now.
All of them?
Yeah, it's gonna tell you what to do.
Okay. It was a lot of reading. I wanted to talk to you.
We'll talk. We're gonna be here all day, baby. I think.
I don't know, but yeah, I know.
I just don't know. We can't talk about that.
I know. I'll only say one thing about one thing. I told my lawyer I wanted to see everything they have.
Yeah, we have a private room.
Yeah.
So I get to actually go in. It's not like behind the glass.
Yeah, me too.
And so up to now it's been all some video and some text and some. We're going to be working on it all week.